Ben 10 Retrospective.
Classic Series Edition.
Classic series. So, like with what we were doing with Total Drama, the Total Drama franchise, we are going to be doing pretty much the exact same thing.
Yep. Luke and I have watched the entirety of the classic Ben 10 series. That includes all 52 episodes, as well as all 3 of the movies. We'll save all the movies towards the end of this recording. Uh, and we will also cover the other movies as well. Alien Swarm for when we get to Alien Force. Ben 10 versus the Universe when we get to the reboot. Yes, we are doing the reboot.
Yes, we are doing the reboot. It's not going to be like with the Baby Show in Total Drama,
Yeah.
because we're still not doing the Baby Show in Total Drama. And also, sub Shadow Dash that's commented in the comments. Nice for you to be joining us. Hope you enjoy our time here. So I'll give my initial thoughts on it first, since I am like with Total Drama. This is my first time watching through the Ben 10 franchise. And for the classic series, I did enjoy it. I probably got into this more than I did with Total Drama, because while I did enjoy Total Drama an awful lot, there were some very good characters in that and some memorable moments, not the least which Chris getting kicked out of the plane by Heather. Still the best moment in the Total Drama franchise. Fight me on that. But the fact that it's reality TV, that's really a niche genre that you either really love, really hate, or you're somewhere in the middle. I'm somewhere in the middle because it has to be something like, okay, this is different. This is different. Where like with Total Drama, it's like a parody of reality TV, but with Ben 10, it's kind of more up my field. A series that is like fantasy, not real, that you can just sit back, enjoy, and really get sucked into the story. Would you say that is a fair thing to say, Tyler?
Yeah, that is totally fair. Admittedly, I kind of got hooked like immediately in both series. For different reasons, but Ben 10 really kind of cemented my love for action as a kid. Admittedly, I do have nostalgia for the classic series, but admittedly that's not where my strongest feelings of nostalgia lie. That will be when we get to the next series, Ben 10 Alien Force.
Yeah,
because I have more like concrete memories.
Yeah, and also, I'm going to read your comment, Shadow Dash. I was actually 4 years old when Ben 10 first came out. Ben 10 is literally my life. Oh yeah. And regardless of what we say about Ben 10, if it's your life and you enjoy it, then good on you. But as an adult watching it now, there are a few issues that I take with the classic series. Not an awful lot. But there are some little things that are like, yeah, this is looking. If you go back and watch it, you will probably realize this as well. The most prominent is, if you read the description that I put for this video, I put aliens, magic, and bickering. Lots and lots of bickering. The bickering, well, at first was kind of cute and endearing between Ben and Gwen. It got old so fast. It got old so fast to the point that you're just like, can't these two get along for 5 minutes?
Yeah, like, I mean, it's not inaccurate because, like, because of course, Ben and Gwen are both 10 years old. They're family, and of course they're gonna argue, they're gonna bicker. But like, especially when we get later into like seasons 3 and 4, where at that point it just gets old. Like, Can you two just zip it for once?
Yeah. And this is and this like makes me look back on like say something like Pokemon and realize like wow, Ash didn't really for a 10-year-old Ash didn't really argue as much with his female companions as Ben does with Gwen.
Except for Iris.
except for Iris.
Like I
and
feel
and maybe May, but with May I can understand that because it was more like Ash was the mentor to her, and it was kind of like it was a teacher butting heads with his students kind of thing. But yeah, Ben and Gwen's bickering, like you're just there, like come on, you two. You've been through at that point. You've been through battles with alien warlords, magicians who use magical, mystical items. I mean, surely, and doctors that use animals to take over the world. Surely,
whatever the hell Clancy was.
yeah, whatever the hell Clancy was. Oh yeah, and a kid with and a kid who's basically the antithesis to Ben, who becomes a chimera. Ben 10 sort of character. So at that point, you're like, come on, you two, stop it with your bickering. But aside from that, and aside from the fact that there's really, it's a bit too episodic in places. Aside from those like really minor nitpicks, like I said, I really enjoyed it. I digged a lot of the aliens that we saw in this.
Yeah, I will say, the episodic nature of it all, is something that will sort of be that will phase in and out from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and we even kind of got the semblance of a story arc with like Vilgax spying on Ben in season 1 and the purple lightning stuff with the Halloween inspired aliens in season 3, but it's when we get to like Alien Force, Ultimate Alien, and Omniverse where we start seeing more concrete storylines.
Yeah. Okay, and Shadow Dash, I actually thought the episode Kevin 11 was a wake-up call for Ben because Grandpa Max finally put... Yeah, Ben did need that a lot. He did need to have his foot put down, which, by the way, I don't know about you, Shadow Dash, but Max is my favorite character in the classic Ben 10 series, and we'll get into why when we talk about the individual episodes, which I think we should start talking about them. So first up, we have episode 1, and then there were 10. So the notes I took for this episode were random planet attack. Is it Jupiter? Is that Jupiter that's being attacked?
Maybe, or maybe it's it could possibly be Xenon where Azimuth is staying. Because but we see a ship carrying something what is known as the Omnitrix on it, and there's a space tyrant known as Vilgax who is after it.
Who looks like a giant octopus squid type monster thing, and okay, in hindsight, looking back at the line that he says, "Not a being in the universe can stop me." That's kind of a weird thing for him to say in hindsight. Now that the whole series is out, when you learn about his history with Max.
Yeah, but at the same time, he's a villain. He's probably posturing.
Yeah, more than likely. And naturally, after that we cut to Ben. Our first introduction to him being rash, impulsive, and a prankster makes sense for a 10-year-old. And of course, because he's the main character of this series, naturally he has to have bullies. So we have Cash and who was the other one? JT. And Cash has a cash register on his TV on his t-shirt, and it's like fork over cash. It's like his name revolves around money.
Quite literally, yeah.
Yeah. But when we actually start getting onto the road trip, because it's basically the whole entire for people who don't know, the whole entirety of Ben 10 mostly takes place on the road over a summer with Max. Max essentially being the mentor parent figure for Gwen and Ben, which I do like. This is why Max is one of my favorite. It's my favorite character because it's not often in a series in Yu-Gi-Oh, for example. Like, okay, first arc of Yu-Gi-Oh, the arc that we see in what we know as the Jewel Monster series. Solomon gets kidnapped by Pegasus. Okay, that makes sense. He's out of commission. That's why he can't be more involved. But after that, he has no excuse for not getting more involved with the plot. Whereas Max here is one of the main characters of the classic Ben 10 series. And correct me if I'm wrong, but is he? Does he get? Is he still a main character after the classic series?
He takes more of a back seat when we out of the classic series.
Yeah, I'm sure Shadow Dash will be able to, if they're still watching, they'll be able to tell me without spoiling. Just it does Max. How often is Max relevant to the plot after the classic series?
He's not real. He's relevant. He is still relevant for a decent chunk of like Alien Force, but then like after season 2, he takes more and more of a back seat. Leans more into that giving wisdom and sort of being kind of a mission control type.
Okay, all right. Well, I think the reason why Max isn't that involved during the first season is because, they want to hide his past until the later season. Yeah, no, I'm talking about like after the classic series Shadow Dash. That's what I was talking about. But yeah, getting back to the episode. So after they set up camp, naturally the Omnitrix lands in their area because, of course, it does. It's like I have main character syndrome senses. They're right there, and as the intro goes, it stuck itself on Ben's wrists with secrets that it hid, and now he's got superpowers. He's no ordinary kid. He's Ben 10, which, by the way, the theme song is so catchy. The theme song, I honestly, I'm controversial opinion, Tyler, but I prefer the Ben 10 theme over the Total Drama theme.
Yeah. Honestly, totally fair. Also, I think it kind of has more sorry, I'm trying to speak. I think what also like gives it a lot more staying power is that it doesn't stay around like the Total Drama theme song. Because
okay,
but it does come back in like motifs in a sense, or like you'll hear like a do 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 do. And like,
all right.
When you hear it, you're like, they did it! They did they did the thing!
So it's kind of like the Family Guy meme when they're like, he said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So after Ben has the Omnitrix on, he starts messing about with it, and the thing about the Omnitrix is that he can turn into 10 different aliens at first. So the first one comes out is Heat Blast, voiced by Steve Bloom, which, oh my god, his voice is still one of the best voices in animation.
I agree.
Yeah, and wait until we watch Avatar because his voice will appear. He is in Avatar.
Uh, we see when Ben first becomes Heat Blast, he accidentally sets an entire forest on fire.
Which is fair. Because he's not. I don't know anyone else who wouldn't be like, oh my god, I'm a guy who's on fire. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think it was like a spur of the moment. Like, I've got superpowers. Yeah. Oh, I forgot I was in a forest.
Yeah. Then Max notices Ben has been gone for a bit, sends Gwen to check on him, especially with the force smoking up. And Max thinks it's like some punk kid playing with fire. When in reality, it's Ben trying to control his powers.
Yeah.
So Gwen is sent in with a fire extinguisher and bats him upside the damn head.
Yes. But the one thing that I do like that they and I was afraid that they would have dragged this out is because you know how in a lot of shows they play up like oh yeah that wasn't me like no what no this thing wasn't me no they actually figure it out right away that this is Ben.
Yeah.
So that was nice that they didn't drag out the whole like who is this. Ben just basically said, "Wait, Gwen, it's me, it's Ben." And the thing, and when Max finds this out, we get hints to like that he knows more than he's letting on, which I like. That like they play up like, okay, Max knows about this thing, but he's not letting it on to his family, and naturally. And naturally, because Vilgax is petty, he has to send robots after them in a public area where people are around. So we also see two of the other aliens in this episode, Wild Mutt and Diamond Head, which I've got to say, Diamond Sword Hands. I repeat that, Diamond Sword Hands.
Yep. It's also important to also establish, because this will be established immediately in episode 4, that these aliens he can turn into are not necessarily unique. They are like actual species that exist in the cosmos of Ben 10. Like there is like an entire planet full of heat blasted species, the Pyronites, or Wild Mutts, or the Vulpamancers, or Diamond Head, the Petrosapiens. Foreshadowing.
Yeah. Also, go ahead.
I was about to say, Ben uses Diamond Head to take down a mecha droid sent by Vilgax. And when Vilgax now in like a healing pod, I'll like fucking Goku in Dragon Ball. Vilgax swears to destroy whoever has kept the Omnitrix from him. That's when we find out what the device is called, the Omnitrix. Yeah. Or if you want to be a spiffy nerd, the Omnimatrix. That's the full name.
Destroy the Matrix.
The next morning, Max and Gwen are packing up their campsite when Ben speeds in with another alien called XLR8. Literally, XLR8.
Yeah, which I've got to say is another cool one. Just how fast he can speed bits. I wonder if he's faster than Sonic the Hedgehog. That's a debate. No. That's a debate in itself. Is XLR8 faster than Sonic? But yeah, I'm going to quickly read the other comments that Charlotte Dash has sent. Funny enough, there's no limit to the number of aliens. Lol. Yeah, one of the other members of our group, has said that they were annoyed when that happened. Wait, he's got 11 aliens. He's not Ben 10 anymore. But it's more a play on his name, Tennyson.
Yeah.
And also I like how later on in the franchise we actually learn why 10-year-old Ben got the watch. That is pretty cool that we learned that. But also there's something else later on in the series, in the classic series, that I really want to talk about when we get to it. I think you know it. It involves relationships, Tyler.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that, but episode 2, Washington DC. The first note I put is the stock Ninja Storm music, because if you've watched like the early Disney seasons of Power Rangers, it is like the like the dramatic, like tense music that they use, and I'm just there thinking like, this is the music that they used in Ninja Storm. That was the first thing I noticed. And the other thing I noticed is that despite Ben having the powers of the hero, he's still a kid and goes and is a geek for the Super Sumo cards, Super Sumo Slammer cards.
Yeah. As we see, Heat Blast save some people from a falling building, but he then notices a kid having like a gold Sumo Slammer card from a cereal box.
Yeah, and he's just like, oh, is that the golden Sumo Slammer card?
Yeah.
But this is also the episode that introduces one of the other recurring villains. So there's like, despite the episodic nature of the series, there's about, I would say, 7 recurring villains that pop up the most. Philgax is one, and this is another one. Dr. Animo, who I've got to say is probably my favorite villain of the classic series. I just love all the crazy stuff he does with mutating animals and creatures, and just the fact that he's an evil scientist.
Yeah, Dr. Animo is arguably the best villain in Ben 10. One of the best villains in Ben 10.
All of Ben 10?
Arguably.
Oh, yeah.
For just his sheer presence and his gravitas.
Yeah, does he show... Is he one of the ones that shows up the most in the franchise?
I would say, yeah. Between, like, his appearances here, like, he still appears in UAF, he still appears in Omniverse, he's still in the reboot. Not to mention the performance given by Dwight Schultz. Being all like, I am the great Dr. Animo!
You know what this reminds me of? You've seen a lot of Tekken 101's One Piece reviews.
Yeah.
It reminds me of when he was doing the Wano, and when Orochi comes up, when he's at him going, I'm a Lord Orochi! That's what the voice reminds me of just Tekken just doing Lord Orochi.
Yeah.
But yeah, episode 2 was actually a good lesson for Ben, because he had to learn being a hero isn't about getting reward, but doing it for the greater good. Yeah, and that is a great lesson for him as a 10-year-old, which I will say, based on what I saw from his future selves, which we'll get into, it does seem to like work with him, but at the same time, the fact that doing it for the greater good also comes with consequences as well, which we'll soon learn when we get to seeing his future selves as well. But yeah, so the other, so we learn in this episode that Max was a plumber, quote unquote, a really good plumber, like like Mario and Luigi. But of course, he knows a lot more than he's letting on, and we also learned that Animal likes to use the ooze from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles to mutate his creatures. But we get a load of we get quite a few of the new aliens now. So we had Diamond Head, Wild Mutt, and Heat Blast. I do like that they did introduce a lot of the aliens early on, as opposed to like really stretching it out, one alien per episode. Like we can like, okay, we're getting the aliens quickly, what they're all about, what their abilities are, so we can finally get into some of the good stuff. So we have Greymar, who's basically the small genius, the small little genius of the aliens, with the voice of Alpha from Power Rangers.
Yep. Admittedly, like it never registered that it was Richard Horvitz, because I know him like personally as the primary villain in the Skylanders games. Like,
Okay.
oh, shit, Chaos. We also get introduced to one of Ben's most frequent transformations, Forearms, who is of the Tetraman species.
Yeah.
His whole thing is that he has 4 arms.
Yeah. That's another thing. A lot of I get that Ben is only a kid, but aren't kids meant to be like the most creative most creative of minds? And like he couldn't think of better names than like, oh, this guy's got 4 arms. There's his name.
You'll see as we go on. It could be a lot worse.
Fair enough. He
could call him Handyman or something, which I think is an infinitely worse name.
Yeah, that is an infinitely worse name. But that raises the question: Goro from Mortal Kombat versus Forearms, who would win in a fight?
I mean, Goro can breathe fire, so.
Okay. My guy also brought back a T-Rex. Lol. Yes, he did bring back a T-Rex, and he used the skeleton. Oh, that was well put. Like, there's at the end when like the skeleton, when like all the processes are being reversed, there's like a really disgusting effect on the T-Rex skeleton when like it's being turned back into a skeleton. I'm just there like, ugh. So that was pretty cool of Animal, and of course, like all the villains, he gets taken out, but he's like, "I was wearing friends, Tennyson." So, go ahead.
He also has like a giant monster parakeet. After ransacking a mall, that kidnapped Gwen and like put her on top of the Washington Monument, I think it was.
Yeah, it was.
And that's where we meet one of Ben's first flying aliens, Stink.
Oh yeah, Stink Fly. Yeah. Which lives up to its name. He's a stinky fly.
Yep, and he shoots goo out of his eyes, which
I've got to say that must not be comfortable.
I can't imagine it being comfortable either.
Like, I'm surprised that Ben wasn't just like, I've got juice in my eyes. I'm gonna have to wash this out eventually.
Yeah.
Yeah. But go ahead if you had something else you wanted to say.
Oh no, I was just about to segue into the next episode.
Yeah, I was about to segue into the next episode, so called The Kraken.
Release the Kraken.
Naturally, with a title like that, it involves going to a volcano. Nah, I'm just kidding. So it's all about the suspicion of the Kraken in the ocean, and we have one of the characters here called Johann Melville, which is an obvious reference to Moby Dick, because the whole idea about this episode is that the villain of the week is trying to get the Kraken for his own selfish purposes rather than doing something else. The Kraken is essentially Moby Dick for this guy. He could do so much better, but no, I'm going after this one creature because I'm so obsessed with it. And also as well, another note that I had on this episode is man the harpoons, but they use machine guns rather than harpoons.
Yeah, we also meet Captain Shaw, who is like this uh is first portrayed as a crazy old man trying to slay the Kraken, but as it turns out, the Kraken's only acting up because because the Kraken is apparently trying to protect its eggs, and Jonah has been trying to steal the eggs.
Yep. Because poachers are dicks.
We also get the debut of the of Ben's first aquatic species in the Omnitrix, the Piscus Valayan Ripjaws.
Which I've got to say, out of all the aliens, it might be the one he uses the least out of the original 10.
I mean, to be fair, Ripjaws doesn't have the most applicable circumstances because his whole thing is that he's like sort of like a fish man, and
So he's kind of So he kind of like he can't survive on land all that much.
he can't really survive on land
Okay,
because he needs water to survive.
fair enough. Fair enough. I just wish he was. I just wish he was used a lot more. That's all.
What? Yeah, fair enough. He does show up again. Like, I don't think Ripjaws is his least used. But I would definitely say like the second least used.
Yeah, I can't imagine what would be the least used one because aside from Ripjaw and another, well, to be fair, there is one more, but there is a reason for it, and that's going to come up in the next. That one is going to come up in the next episode. But yeah, so after Johan is revealed to be the poacher with a mech suit, it's like, where did they come up with these ideas?
Yeah,
like poacher with a mech suit.
Yeah, why does he have a mech suit? Like, if anything, he could just like, I don't know, like, do you know how many people would buy that mech suit? There's like tons of billionaires, like especially nowadays, where like a bunch of like rich people are trying to go down into the bottom of the ocean. People would kill for that for that diving mech suit.
Yeah.
I'm sure Jeff Bezos would have paid him in spades.
Oh, or the CEO of a company that had a tragedy last year involving the sea and a really famous ship, that we will not mention. Yeah. But yeah. I'm just going to read Cheryl Dash's comments here. Cartoon Network actually made a game for Ben 10. Yeah, I've seen that Ben 10 does have a few games, and that T-Rex was created by evolutionizing a lizard. Did you have to use rare candies for that? Didn't. The Kraken is actually an alien from space and originally came from the solar system as Ghost Freak. Oh, we'll get to Ghost Freak. Same.
That's interesting because I do remember that coming up in 5 years later, which is a fan series done by the Ink Tank, which I'll have to show you that later, Luke. They do this series called And Beyond, where they go into like the home systems of like certain transformations in the Omnitrix. Of course, it's not canon to the actual show. It's more canon to their thing. But I didn't think Krakens were from the same, like from the Inner system, because that's the solar system where Ghost Freak is from, the Inner system, which will be explored in Omniverse. But we're getting off track. On to the next episode, Permanent Retirement.
Which. Well, actually, to be fair, we're not getting off track with Ghost Freak because this is the episode that introduces him.
Oh yeah, this is the episode where we get Ghost Freak in Ectoneurite. His whole thing. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, which this has to be like one of the strangest, like weirdest, creepiest episodes ever, because of the fact that it's set in a retirement camp, and Ben's just like, oh, retirement people, old people, I have to be around them. But as he learns that, yeah, there's more to this town than meets the eye, because the old people in this town are just acting weird, especially one old guy who, the cracking bone effects in this episode are just like, oh, oh. Oh, oh, I don't know why, but it just really made me cringe when I heard those bone effects. I always get cringed out when like people are just cracking their bones. It's just like, ugh.
Yeah, like they start hissing and like feels like we're like in a damn horror movie.
Yeah, but also as well, we get introduced to Max's sister, Great Aunt Vera. Which, does she appear again at any point?
I think this might be her only appearance.
Yep. And also as well, she's another one that's okay, jumping ahead a bit, it's amazing that everyone in Max's family knows what's going on except for his son and grandkids.
Yeah.
It's like, why? Why keep us? It'll be like if it was me and like my brother knew what was going on, my sister knew what was going on, but I had a kid and he had no idea what was going on. It's like, why? Why keep it a secret? But getting ahead of ourselves. So we this episode also introduces, hands down, no holds bar, my favorite of the aliens, Upgrade.
Yeah, because in the opening scene, Max stopped to put some gas in the RV, the rust buckets. And there were some thugs robbing an ATV, and that actually works as Upgrade's introduction. His whole thing is that he is a galvanic mechamorph, aka he can uh, assimilate with technology and enhance it.
Yeah. Can't imagine why I like that idea, because there's just so much versatility with that alien, and also, like I said to Tyler, it reminds me of a Yu-Gi-Oh card, Arcana Force: The World. It literally has the design of that. If you want to go and look at that. But Shadow Dash, I do like how they hint the fact that these imposters are weakened by water. What are these? The aliens from Signs, and also yes, Ben's aunt does return in Omniverse for one. Oh, okay, all right, fair enough.
Okay.
Okay.
For clarity, obviously Luke hasn't watched Omniverse, but neither have I. I've only seen bits and pieces of Omniverse, but I have not watched it to completion.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't call it this whole series new versus veteran, because it's kind of like when we get to Omniverse, we'll both be noobs.
Yeah, and the reboot.
And the reboot. Fun fact: Upgrade's race was actually made by the Galvans.
Yeah, that's great. That's great.
Oh, that's Grey Matter. Oh, yeah, and isn't it the same? Isn't Grey Matter the same species as the guy who made the Omnitrix?
Yep.
Oh, okay. All right. Cool. That's very cool.
We do find out what's going on with this whack ass retirement home, and it's that everybody there are all imposters. They have been kidnapped and replaced by a bunch of like a germ species called the Limax.
Yeah. So it's basically essentially invasion of the body snatchers, and it's through this discovery that we also get introduced to I've got to say, the creepiest alien out of all of them, Ghost Freak.
Yeah.
Also voiced by Steve Bloom, which I'm going to say it right now. His voice, he had to have like, okay, the voice I'm going to make for this character, I'm going to need so much water for it.
Yeah, because Ghost Freak kind of.
Because he sounds like this all the time.
Yeah, he talks very raspy.
Yes, it's like he wants to do ghost ASMR.
But they discovered the Limax are weak to water. Uh, so they get uh uh hold on.
Yeah, basically, the shape-shifting aliens were planning to abduct these old people, and they were almost successful until the Tennyson stepped in. Yeah, that's kind of funny, like in a lot of these series, but in this series particularly, that I would have gotten away with it too. It had to be for this meddling family that came at this exact moment. Did you want to say something, Tyler?
No. Uh he, Ben then comes to the conclusion that he did have a good time.
Yeah, yeah,
And then Vera wishes him luck with the alien hunting.
yeah. Again, hinting more to Max's story than meets the eye. But now moving on to episode 5, Haunted. So we start off not with the Tennysons, but with Phil Gax on a ship auditioning for something. He's basically doing like a fighting audition, like, right, you are good, and you are good. But this is also the episode that introduces another of the reoccurring villains in the form of 66. Because we see, out of the 3 that we see here, 66 is the one that we see the most.
Yeah. We do see 66 and some of his family later on. But his whole thing is that he's like a bounty hunter who does like kind of a la Boba Fett almost. Except he also does not speak like English. He just kind of
Yeah.
and he's actually part of a species called the Sodaragians.
Okay.
Who to quote Arnie in the Predator movies, are some ugly motherfuckers. We also get another, not a reoccurring villain, but he will show up later. Crab. His whole thing is that he's like a giant crab.
Yep.
And he's voiced by Fry from Futurama.
that is hilarious. But also as well, we get introduced to a pseudo recurring ally of Ben in the voice of in the form of what was his name again?
Tetrax.
Tetrax, yeah, because I put Tirpex, but I was like, that's not how you spell it, Luke.
It's T-E-R-A-X.
Yeah, who is the same species as Diamond Head.
Yep.
Yeah. And what I most like about this episode is that, because for the most part, for the first four episodes, Ben's been really more on the offensive side of combating, whereas this episode he needs to learn to be more of a strategist and play defense, because sometimes the best defense is a good offense.
Yeah, and might isn't always right, as Max says.
Yeah. And through that tenacity, we learn that we do learn that that tip. I could not get trip tracks. Tetrax was actually sent here not to be a villain, but actually be an ally for Ben, which is nice. It's not nice that we now have a nice alien on their side for once.
Yep. But don't worry about that, Luke. Once we get going into Alien Force and Beyond, that will not be a new thing.
Yeah. Also, yeah, Shadow Dash, I like Hunted because it taught Ben to work smarter, not harder. Yeah, there's a lot of life lessons for Ben in this season, in this series, and for Gwen as well. It's not like because we'll be getting to one of Gwen's focused episodes soon. But yeah, and also they get a hoverboard. Ben gets a hoverboard in this episode.
Yes, he does.
Yep, which I'm like, why haven't we got hoverboards yet? Like, I know we have technically got hoverboards, but no, proper hoverboards like the one we see in this episode. Well, I guess because people will probably fall off the hoverboard now that I think about it. But yeah, moving on to episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Tourist Trap. I didn't really have a lot to say about this episode.
Hold on, let me get to that episode because we get the introduction of the Nosdenians, otherwise known as the Megawatts. They're like little living batteries that like to pull pranks on people and fuck with them.
Okay.
They're originally imprisoned in a giant rubber band ball, but
yeah, because this is the one where they don't they go to that ranch like town kind of thing. One of those places where it's like where it's like set up to be a fictional town and everyone has to stay in character sort of thing.
Kind of, but it's like one of those towns that like show off all the weird kooky stuff they have, like a giant house of cards.
Yeah. Now, I'm just gonna say it quickly. There is a bit of a little bit of mix up here because of the fact that we watched the episodes how they, because it was like part of a playlist, so it was like playlist we had to go with, and they were done in like the US airing order as opposed to the production order, which is what the wiki goes off on. So this episode takes place in terms of this episode takes place after the next episode, which is Kevin 11. So just wanted to bring that up quickly.
Yeah, I noticed that too, because like after Hunted was Last Laugh,
which comes later in the airing order.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, yeah, it's like, so we got Tourist Trap now, then Kevin 11, then the Alliance, and then Last Laugh. So we'll get to Last Laugh. But yeah, I also it's just the notes I had for this episode were it's jokes and it's just a giant rubber band ball. Mm-hmm. Which it's very clever the way they utilize it, because like, oh, they're made of electricity, we've got a rubber here, rubber doesn't conduct electricity, so let's use this against them. And also I had to bring it up because the mayor in this episode reminded me so much of the goths in the Redonkulous race of just no matter what, always has the same stoic voice, and even though it's not meant to be funny, I just found it hilarious, just the way he talked all the time. So I had to question, like, was this guy related to the Goths? Is this the Goths? Is this like Crimson's dad or something?
Could be. But how they stopped the rampaging megawatts after they start to duplicate themselves was by trapping them in a giant fishbowl by the dam.
Yeah. Oh my god. Shadow Dash, just wait until Omniverse when certain episodes are aired on the wrong order. Oh my word. Seriously?
Yeah. With Omniverse, we gotta like make double sure that we're watching production order.
Okay.
Like, Error order will like spoil shit.
Okay, I don't know why. Okay, side note. Why do that, Cartoon Network? Like, what the hell? Um, but anyway, we next episode that we watched was Kevin 11, which introduces Ben's rival character for the whole of the classic series, Ken Levin, which haha, very funny. Ben Tennyson, Kevin Levin. So Kevin, at first you don't really see it coming with him because he starts off as like more of a sympathetic character. Where he's being bullied for the fact that he's different because he has lightning powers, and we also have in this episode the really the very first argument between Max and Ben, because Ben basically has the "you're not my dad" moment, and yeah, he isn't Ben, but he's still your grandfather.
Yeah, it's all because Ben got to Ben snuck past the security guard to play the newest Sumo Slammer video game. Which is really weird for them to do because like I don't know if this was a thing back then, but like usually you'd be able to just play like a demo version of
Yeah, that is really weird. I didn't get that either.
yeah,
Go ahead.
because like nowadays it's like perfectly normal to like I don't know you walk into like a Walmart or a Target and boom there's like a Switch setup to where you can actually play demos of certain games.
Fair enough. Yeah. And that is just weird. And that is just weird. And it's through his interactions with Kevin that that Ben kind of really sees like, oh my god, because in many ways, if Ben wasn't kept in check, he would have pretty much been like Kevin if you really think about it.
Yeah, but Kevin's whole thing is that he has the ability to absorb energy. Um, we see him uh, use his energy powers to mess with like an arcade machine to get a bunch of coins or tokens or whatever. Because Ben first meets Kevin at an arcade, where Ben puts some like I think it's like members of like a former members of a gang that try to harass Kevin, but then Ben hides away, transforms into Accelerate, and teaches them a lesson.
Yeah, and then Kevin gets wise to this, and at first you think like, oh, these are going to be friends, but nope. Kevin has to be a dick about it, and he uses his ability to steal the energy of some of some of Ben's monsters. Well, not monsters, aliens.
That's like after like they do a little bit of
have a little bit of fun with each other, essentially.
yeah, because Ben also sort of becomes like a getaway vehicle for Kevin as um he transforms into Stinkfly, and like we see Kevin running on the face of uh of the Statue of Liberty. But with them managing to shake the cops once they could get away.
Yeah, and then throughout the episode as well, Kevin's just being like, "Oh, come on, where's your sense of fun?" But Ben has more because isn't it established that Kevin doesn't have any parents?
Kevin does have parents.
Right. So where are they? Where are they throughout all of this?
I think it's like implied that like Kevin ran away from home because he thought his parents viewed him as a freak.
Oh, wait. Oh, I really now I'm curious, like what the backstory is with Kevin, because if it's something like how it's portrayed in My Hero, with because you remember Toga's backstory with her parents.
Yeah.
Yeah, if it's something like that, then that is messed up.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's because of that Kevin doesn't really see like the benefits of having like someone be your moral compass, which despite Gwen's constant bickering with Ben, whether he likes it or not, I feel like he does view Gwen and Max most, but also Gwen as like the moral compass, so the moral compass to him. Like he needs both of them to keep him very much in check.
Hmm.
Yeah,
We see this as Kevin is uh Kevin wants to like mess with the tracks on in the subway. Uh 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 with one train carrying money and the other being a passenger train, and Ben's like, dude, that can get people seriously hurt. That could like kill people. And Kevin's like, I don't care. They never did anything for me.
but that for Kevin to say that at that age, you have to wonder how seriously messed up his backstory was to have that mindset.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course, I'm not repeating what he said verbatim, but getting the general gist.
Yeah, I just want to mention this comment. Kevin has a mum and stepdad now, because his real dad was killed on duty as a plumber, and he actually ran away after destroying their house. Okay, okay, fair enough. But like, why did he destroy his house? Was it because? Well, it might have been because his stepdad, probably was like the catalyst to his mum viewing him as a freak, maybe.
We'll get more into that once we get to Ultimate Alien.
Okay, all right.
But
Um,
it's at this point after Ben turns into Heat Blast, Kevin absorbs some energy from the watch and actually absorbs some of the Pyronite DNA of Heat Blast to becoming part Pyronite. As uh and in the nick of time, Ben manages to melt the switcher, causing the train tracks to switch to their normal routes, so they don't crash. And then Ben and Kevin begin their fight.
which ends in Ben's victory and Kevin retreating for now, but it's not the last we'll see of him.
Definitely not.
No. Um, so um, so what did you learn today, Ben? Well, I learned I've got to listen to my elders a bit more. Are you gonna learn that lesson more? Nah. um, So yeah, moving on to episode 8, The Alliance, where we get introduced to the character of Rouge, voiced by Jennifer Hale. Oh, Jennifer, call me. We all have one. We all have one. The voice that we want. That we want to. The voice actor that we want to marry more than any other of them. Rouge, Rouge. Yeah, whatever. She's voiced by Jennifer Hale. That's all that matters. sorry, Cheryl Josh, but Jennifer Hale with me and Jennifer Hale. She is like one of my. We all talk about the voice of our childhood. She's the voice of childhood of my childhood for video games. Like, she was in a lot of the video games that I played as a kid, and I still play to this day. I just love her voice.
But we first meet Rojo and and her and her gang when they're trying to rob a heavy truck full of money. We then see some of Vilgax Vilgax's robots join the fray, which causes the other two members of that gang to run as Ben transforms into forearms to, to fight off the gang. Uh, uh, in the midst of all this, Grandpa Max actually has the roof of a gas station fall onto him.
Yeah, and it's the first time we see one of the main trio get seriously injured, to the point that they have to go to a hospital. Which hey, considering that it took 3 seasons of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers before we got to a hospital, Ben 10 has some balls.
Yeah, but in terms of the confrontation with Rojo, Forearms just conked out Rojo for the time being. Once she comes to, she picks up one of the destroyed drones, and then
ends up getting possessed by Vilgax, essentially.
Yeah, as the failsafe protocol causes the droid to inject its mechanics into Rojo and merging with her genetic structure, mutating her into a cyborg, and now she gets like visions of Vilgax saying, "Get me the Omnitrix."
Which, if I was her in that situation, I'd be probably pissing my pants with fear. But fair. Also, Dash. Fair. My childhood favorite is Tara Strong because she voices Ben 10 and Twilight Sparkle. Okay, that is fair. That is fair.
Luckily, because Grandpa Max has the power, is not just any old man, but an old man with the power of God and anime on his side. All he needs is a little bit of bed rest, and he'll be all better and make a full recovery.
Yeah, but it's at this point where Ben starts to have the first realization of like, maybe what he's doing probably for the best he should leave Max and Gwen, which I can understand why he would do that at this point. Like they've last episode with Kevin, the first encounter with Animal, the permanent residence with Ghost Freak, like all these things are kind of like starting to weigh on Ben. And it's like, maybe I should not get my family involved. But of course, this is in this episode as well, Gwen in a sort of roundabout way for the first time shows that she does care about Ben when she says, "You're my weird cousin."
Yeah. Honestly, this is a really good episode for Gwen and Ben, as like Gwen does show that she does actually care about Ben and vice versa. No matter how much they don't want to say it, they do care about each other. And Ben's questioning whether or not like it's safe for Max and Gwen to be around him if this is gonna be what happens to them. And honestly, I think this episode coming off of Kevin 11 honestly makes a lot of sense. Because I know like this comes later in production order.
But I feel like having Kevin 11 before this episode actually makes this episode stronger.
Yeah. I mean, granted, this episode's still after Kevin 11, but like having it be directly after Kevin 11, I feel like gives it a lot more weight, because at the end of that episode, Max says that that they need to have trust in one another, and right now Ben and in that episode Ben had lost a lot of trust with Max.
Yeah, and to be fair, Max had lost a lot of trust with Ben as well because of what he did. Anyway, Shadow Dash. Oh wait, that was the season finale. Lol. He was quoting a different message, like the I'm coming now," and Max having that oh shit look. Yeah. Well, but it's funny, but it's great that you brought that up about Ben and Felgatz, because this is the first episode where they actually meet each other for the first time. Granted, it wasn't completely in person, but Ben still got to see what Phil Gax properly looks like and what he's all about, and like the fact that Ben's basically got a big red target on his head for this guy. That this guy's like, "Oh, I'm gonna strike that big red target. I am coming for you, kid." But
Yeah.
the
We
one
also
thing.
see.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry,
Go
I
ahead.
was about to say. We also see Rojo attacking the hospital.
Yes, and I was
Oh.
gonna say, by using a boulder avalanche, I'm just there questioning as well, because did Heat Blast just melt 5 ambulances to stop that boulder avalanche?
Yep.
Well, a lot of lives are gonna be stopped because of you, Ben. Thanks for that. Mind you, at least they wouldn't have to pay the American hospital bills.
Yeah. But after that, Ben decides to go all to go rogue as Rojo attacks the police academy. Ben leaves a note with Max and Gwen saying that it's not safe for them to be around him as he goes off to fight Rojo.
Yeah, Max and Gwen are just like, screw it, Ben. You're our family. We're gonna come and help you regardless of what you say. Yeah. So yeah, and now we can finally get on to Last Laugh, because that was the episode that we had. So I did put 11 o'clock in the morning, because I believe like that it was like in the background it was very dark, and they still said it was 11 o'clock in the morning. So I was kind of like questioning, like, how dark is 11 o'clock? Like, is this set in Iceland or something?
I don't know, but it starts with the Tennyson family going to see a circus that's in town,
Which is not funny. I'm with Ben in this. I am with Ben on this. Like, this circus is not funny, but that is the whole intention, because it's not meant to be funny.
Yeah, mostly because Ben is terrified of clowns because he finds them more creepy than funny.
And again, I'm with you, Ben.
This is the first appearance of the weird psychic vampire clown who creates illusions, Zombozo, voiced by John Kassir.
Who is also some kind of like spider-like creature as well.
That was the illusion.
Yeah.
We also meet some other recurring villains throughout the series. The circus freaks, Acid Breath, Frightwig, and Thumbskull. Thumbskull is super strong and looks like a thumb. They really run that home in Omniverse. Frightwig has crazy killer hair, and Acid Breath could really use with a little bit of Listerine mouthwash.
Yes, he could. Which, by the way, hey, if you want some, we've got some in my bathroom that needs selling.
Ben skips. So Ben skips out on the circus to see the circus freaks pulling an armed robbery as he fights them off with Wild Mutt. But thanks to the power of teamwork making the nightmares work for Ben, they bring down a metal tower on Wild Mutt, thinking him thinking Fido was done for. Uh, but luckily, Ben crawls out of the wreckage in his human form, and he finds Max giggling at about the show, but also being really tired and uh, also feeling sad at the same time. This is where we find out that Zombozo is absorbing the of the happiness of other people from making by making them laugh and being and managing to suck up their souls. How does
Yeah,
that work? Nobody knows.
nobody
Don't
knows.
question.
Don't
Uh,
question it. It's Ben 10. Don't question it. But the other notes I took for this episode were Old Lady Gwen, which is very creepy.
yeah.
Yeah. And also, why steal a car radio? Like, why not just steal the whole car?
I don't know, but it's then um uh uh um um
Take your time. Take your time.
Ben then admits to Max that he has always been afraid of clowns because of how he found them creepy. Uh, Even though he's super zonked out, um, Max manages to comfort Ben by mentioning how he was afraid of heights, but he then got tired of living in fear, so he climbed to the top of the tallest water tower he could find. Max then goes unconscious at the wheel, and when he comes to, he feels overcome with sadness, and then he then realizes Gwen may have been held hostage, so he goes back to the circus to try to fight Zombozo. Not before another encounter with the circus freaks, which they're taken down by Upgrade possessing a baseball launcher.
Which is one of the coolest things in the episode because of the fact that he goes, he uses the baseball launcher as like a machine gun.
Uh,
But also also when he finally goes back to confront Sombozo, he does it using one fear with another fear by using Ghost Freak.
yep.
Yeah, and also Shadow Dash. I like how Ghost Freak shows his true form, but I'm glad that they did from a different view, or else they would have to take down the episode.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's very much like the Mimikyu thing with Ghost Freak, where you see his true form, you die from shock.
Yep. In this case, the death is kind of gruesome, but at the same time, not really gruesome. Mainly because, like, the way Zombozo dies is that he puffs up like a balloon and explodes.
Yep. And is it like a proper confirmed death?
Uh, he, no, he does come back.
Oh, fair. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, so pretty cool episode. But now we're getting into a Gwen episode, Lucky Girl. So this is where we get introduced to Gwen's alter ego, Lucky Girl, who has the power of luck, but also it's revealed in this episode that she does have some knack for magic. Especially after, because Ben has been on this like hero trip and being like, I'm the hero of the story. He starts to like go a little bit to his head, which is fair. You have to have that episode with the ego trip, but also Gwen calling him out for it.
Yeah. We then learn of magical artifacts called the Charms of Bezel that allow, and each one of them allows a certain control over like an element. Like there's one that can control fire, or hold on, wait, crud. Uh, there's a charm for reincarnation, fire, telekinesis, electricity. But the one that Gwen actually nabs one of the charms for herself, that being the charm of luck.
And luck isn't a power. Luck isn't a superpower. Yeah, it is. No, it isn't. Yeah, it is. No, it isn't. Yeah, it is. Damn it!
I mean, if luck can be a talent, luck can also be a superpower. Fuck it, why not?
Yeah, but also in this episode, we get introduced to a sort of reoccurring villain, but not as reoccurring as some of the others, in the form of Hex, who is basically the charm master of these charms, and is royally pissed off that Gwen has taken one of his charms. Gwen's whole thing isn't really magic. It is magic. It is magic. Shadow Dash. Okay. I'm not that far into it. Shadow Dash. So, but I'll probably forget before we get to it. But yeah, maybe best to not spoil too much with your comments. Just warning you.
Yeah.
Gwen becomes Lucky Girl and starts to get a taste of what it's like to be Ben in this episode.
Yep. We also we then see Hex taking a bunch of people hostage at a haunted house. As Hex is trying to reclaim the last charm. So that leads to a pretty fun fight sequence, including Ben going forearms and picking up like a sword made entirely of stone, and because there was like some rock gargoyles that Hex brings to life with magic, and he just smacks the sword into one of the gargoyles. And
yes,
the sword and the gargoyles break.
Yeah, and not only that, we have Max playing whack-a-mole with a gargoyle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go
ahead.
The other part of the finals takes place in a graveyard. But they managed to defeat Hex, throw him in a coffin, shut the lid, and Gwen now has all the charms of Bezel, which she then smashes with a shovel. This will come back later, and Hex gets arrested.
Yeah, but again, this is the first episode that shows signs of what Gwen's abilities are going to be throughout the series, as she starts to get more in the realms of not magic, but let's just say alien magic. That moves us on to the one of the final episodes of Series 1, A Small Problem, where Ben and Gwen are in a water park, and because Ben is too small to go on a ride, he gets royally pissed off at it, and it's like, okay, if I'm going to be this small, I'm going to be even smaller so that nobody recognizes me, so that I can go on the ride. But this is also a issue for him because he ends up knocking the Omnitrix, which will cause him to be in grey matter for a longer time so that he cannot change back. And to top that off, we have a nerd who's like, there are aliens among us. I'm gonna find one. And what do you know? He finds grey matter. And I've got to say it right now: the nerd in this episode looks like James Rolfe.
He does kind of look like James. He does kind of look like James, except I think his hair had more of like a red tint.
Yeah.
James's hair. Oh no, I mean it's brown with like a reddish tint. Where as I feel James's hair is more brown, maybe black. I don't know. Is his hair black or brown?
His hair is brown, but essentially he does fit that stereotypical nerd vibe with him, and despite Ben's best efforts to be like, look, I'm not who you think you are. This nerd just won't listen to him.
This is also where we get introduced to the organization, or as they're more commonly known, the Forever Knights. As they take it upon themselves to investigate alien sightings and alien technology. We meet the leader of the Forever Knights, Enoch, who comes by to nab gray matter and have him dissected like a frog. Ironic.
Yeah, which you've got to think, like, if that had actually happened, what this nerd and they were able to eventually change grey matter back into Ben, what this nerd actually would have done if that had actually happened.
Well,
like, how much PTSD would he have had on him after that?
Probably a ton.
Yeah, you would. It'd probably be going around going, "You killed a kid. You killed a kid. You killed a kid. Shut up! Shut up! Shut
up!" Luckily, Gwen and Max managed to trace back to the Forever Knights' castle to find Ben and rescue him. We also see as they're looking for Ben, Max being like attacked by a dog, but managing to like I don't know if he conks him out or like just puts him to sleep just by putting two fingers to his head.
Probably a little bit of column A and a little bit of column B. Yeah, but eventually they do find grey matter. They're able to get the Omnitrix fixed and back in and get Ben back to normal. But and also we have Max. Yeah. Oh yeah. That was it, because I had Max using the Falcon neck pinch on the dog. That's essentially what he does there. But also, we see like the nerd has a bunch of alien tech in his collection, which after this episode, he's like, you know what, I'm done with hunting aliens. But then you start to think, like, what is he going to do then?
I don't know. Maybe the Secret Saturdays are hiring. Maybe he can look into cryptids.
Maybe. But yeah, so that will lead us into the penultimate episode of season 1, Side Effects, which essentially is the episode that Ben's sick. And it affects all his aliens, and we also get introduced to Clancy, who just bugs everyone out. pun very much intended.
Yeah, he seems kind of similar to like Devora from Mortal Kombat, in where like he like speaks like, whereas Devora speaks as using like this one as a replacement for I. Like Clancy speaks like we have a problem, because the whole plot is like a councilwoman is having a an old building being torn down, but Clancy lives there, and the construction crew haven't been able to get rid of him. So he then tries to terrorize the councilwoman for destroying their home.
Yeah, he very much acts like he is the central mind to this hive of insects, because insects very much like to be like, we're all one unit, that we're not individuals, we're all one and the same. Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, and like I said, Ben is sick throughout most of this episode, so it also affects his aliens. With with the one that gets affects the most being during one of the final confrontations with Clancy is Heat Blast, where instead of it being red fire, it's now sort of like a blue icy fire.
Yep. We also see Ben's cold also affecting Wild Mutt, who does not have eyes and relies on like his sense of smell to get around, but he can't smell because his nose is clogged.
Yep.
And we also see Forearms have really bad underarms, which gross.
Yeah. So the way they get around Ben's sickness is that they learn like, oh, Heat Blast is sick, so instead of fire, it's ice. So instead of burning Clancy, they decide to freeze him. But of course, this doesn't stop Clancy from coming after them and trying to take over the RV, essentially.
But he then gets a prompt ass whooping and sent to jail.
Yeah, and then of course, naturally, because Gwen has been around Ben for this episode, she naturally gets the sickness at the end of this episode.
But luckily, her sickness is up by the time of the season finale.
Secrets, where all the secrets of Max's past, well, not all the secrets, but basically we find out what Max's whole deal in this episode is, that he's not a plumber in the traditional sense. The plumbers are a group of basically space cops, if you want to, like they're essentially Space Patrol Delta in the Ben 10 universe.
Honestly, not the most inaccurate description, but we also get to see Ben and Vilgax go head to head for the first time.
Yep, and also Max knowing Vilgax, and we learn Vilgax's motivation is the sense that he wants to take all the aliens out of the Omnitrix to use them under his command to conquer the universe. Of course.
Well, he wants to create an army of Omnitrix wielders.
Yeah, and Ben ends up getting captured by Vilgax and taken to a ship with the whole idea that he's gonna use this machine to get the Omnitrix off of Ben's arm, because the whole idea of the Omnitrix is that once it's on Ben's arm, for the most part, it can't come off. But Vilgax has a way to get it off. But before he can even do that, Max comes in with his plumber gear, which is I don't know how to describe his plumber gear.
Basically, Max and Gwen head to Mount Rushmore because there's a secret plumber base at the bottom of Mount Rushmore, and he like throughout the entire episode, he's like a lot more high strung and like uh anxious and strict. But basically Max grabs like a giant fuck off cannon, which he like pulls up to Vilgax's ship, being like, "Get your hands off my grandson, Vilgax!"
Yep.
He tries to blast him to Kingdom Come.
Yeah, and Philgax and Ben end up battling atop of Mount Mushmore, which ends in Philgax's first defeat at the hands of Ben. But also as well, we learn in this episode that the Rust Bucket has an array of weapons built into it, which you've got to admit, like, how did no one in Max's family that aren't already plumbers not know about this?
Maybe he just keeps them well hidden.
Maybe. But this has got to be like one of the strangest season finales ever. Not because of like the episode is bad or anything, but just the way it ends. Because it ends with Max literally saying like, "Okay, I'm gonna tell you. It's about time I tell you everything." And then it just ends. It's like, that's how it's ending. That's how we're ending the season, on a cliffhanger.
Because it entices you to stop by for next season, Luke.
Yes, but what if there wasn't a next season?
Oh, fair enough. Well, luckily there was a next season. So let's get into the season premiere of Ben 10 Classics Season 2, Truth.
So here, which I've got to say, season finale, Secrets, season 2, premiere, Truths. So
ironic.
Yeah, ironic. So we do get a bit of Max's backstory when he was younger, and I want to say, was it one of his first encounters with Vilgax that we saw?
I don't know if it was his first encounter with Vilgax, but maybe it was one of his first. Basically, in the early 1970s, Vilgax showed up at a nuclear missile control center and tried to take control of the missiles. But how Max manages to get rid of Vilgax is by strapping him to one of the missiles and shooting him off into space.
Yeah, and then Max said to himself, "And I'll never see him again." Oh crap! I'm seeing him again. So Max ultimately explains like what the plumbers actually are, which, like I said, it is essentially like he is part of the Ben 10 equivalent of Space Patrol Delta, just people who are assigned to go out in the universe and deal with criminal aliens.
Well, unlike Space Patrol Delta, the plumbers on Earth were actually shut down because there weren't enough serious threats to keep the plumbers in service after Vilgax's defeat.
But now that Vilgax is back, there's going to be, I assume, a whole lot more.
Yes, actually there are. Yeah.
So Max does reveal like, yeah, I kind of knew about the Omnitrix all along, and I did put here Max essentially being Carter Grayson, if you will.
Old man Carter Grayson.
Carter Grayson. But this is also an episode where we learn about one of Max's old partners, Phil, who, as it turns out, is a damn traitor.
Yeah. So basically, how what Bill's doing is he goes to, I believe it's the same plumber base in it's the same plumber base in Mount Rushmore. He takes what is known as the null as a null void projector, which opens a portal to a dimension known as the Null Void, which is a place where they keep intergalactic prisoners. So what he does is he zaps out somebody from the portal to go cause havoc, and then the authorities the locals or the authorities will call him to then get rid of the problem. And so he's basically turning his whole plumber shtick into a money laundering scheme to fix problems he's causing.
Yep.
Which we see some examples like we see some of Wildmutt species. We see two Volpomancers in like a at like a what's it called, a butchery? Because I know it's a meat processing plant.
Meat processing plant, yeah. Go ahead.
Where they discover two Volpomancers terrorizing the meat processing plant. To then throw them back into the Null Void after Phil busted them out. We then see Phil release a wig. We also see Phil release what's known as a Wixelian Org Beast to try to kill Max. But luckily, Ben and Gwen managed to take the Null Void projector back from Phil, send him to the Null Void, and send all the creatures that he brought back from the Null Void to send them back. Take a shot every time I say the word Null Void.
Yeah, take a shot every time the word Null Void comes up. But yeah, so essentially, Phil gets defeated in this episode, gets sent into the Null Void, and now that we have more idea of what Max is all about, it does seem like moving on from this episode, we're going to get a lot more action with Max.
Yep.
Yeah, which leads us into episode 2 of season 2, the Big Tick, and I'm gonna say it now because this is where we surpass the Ben 10 stance with the original 10 aliens, because we get an 11th alien, which is one of your favorites, Tyler.
Cannonball!
Which is essentially a giant, which is essentially a white and black alien that can roll around as like a giant bowling ball.
Yep. His species name is Arborian Pelarota, for those who may or may not be curious. We then see a meteor flying overhead towards Yellowstone National Park. So the Tennysons go to check it out and discover a giant tick-like alien within a ship following immediately after the tick, saying that they are worshippers of the big tick.
Yep. And also in this episode we have real kids with attitude looking at you, Zordon.
And it was actually the tick that wiped out the home planet of the Arborian Pelarotas, which is why their species went extinct.
Mm-hmm. And in order to stop the Great Tick, they basically have to go to a tree, which is essentially essentially the they go to a place which is essentially the Banyan Grove tree from Avatar, because it's like all connected to everything in the world.
Well, they don't really go anywhere. They It's just that the tick the tick is like sucking all the life out of the planet, and no matter what alien Ben turns into, he can't seem to take down to destroy the Great One. But thanks to Cannonball bashing around the tick's insides, Ben manages to just straight up kill the tick. Like that thing is dead, like cadaverific, dead.
Yep. And of course, I've got to bring up the leader alien is played by the Doctor from Voyager. So it's like, oh, so I kept hearing like just whenever I kept hearing his voice, I just kept hearing techno babble from Star Wars, not Star Wars, Star Trek. Sorry. But yeah, well, an all right episode. It's next episode far surpasses it with no, even though it has Cannonball since its debut. But the next episode, Framed, which is a far superior episode because Kevin is back, but he's actually playing it smart in that he wants revenge against Ben. So how is he going to get revenge against Ben? Well, I have all his aliens inside of me right now, so I might as well just try to frame him, which is essentially what Kevin starts to do throughout the episode. He frames Ben for all the destruction that he is causing because he's able to perfectly replicate all his aliens. And this is where we also get introduced to Sect and Lieutenant Steele.
Yep, who shockingly is not too recursive. It does not show up much after this episode.
Yeah, because you'd think that he would be like a really good ally for Ben.
Yeah, but I think he like shows up in one episode of Omniverse after this, and that's it.
Yeah, and he shows up again in another episode after this, but that's a dream, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. We then see so for some of the stuff that Kevin's been framing Ben for, we see what looks to be forearms with a different color, with a darker shade of red, terrorizing the video game store that Ben was waiting at for the release of Sumo Slammers 2.1. I see that the franchise is taking after Kingdom Hearts.
I would have thought because of the nature of Sumo Slammer, it was taken more after Street Fighter.
That too, but I mean, in the fact that like how Kingdom Hearts has weird titles, because it's Sumo Slammers 2.1.
Okay, fair enough.
There's like Kingdom Hearts 1, Chain of Memories 2. There's 358 Days Over 2. There's Recoded Dream Drop Distance 2.8.
Yeah, that's fair.
But we also see what seems to be Heat Blast, but mysteriously without the Omnitrix symbol. That's what kind of tips us off. It's Kevin. Terrorizing a mint. We also see Kevin hijacking a rail car, because of course this episode takes place in San Francisco.
Yeah, which I'm gonna say it right now, considering Inside Out 2 has come out. Thanks a lot, San Francisco. You ruined pizza.
But this entire episode culminates in a battle between Kevin and Ben fighting on top of, I think it's the Golden Gate Bridge. Yeah,
it's the Golden Gate Bridge that they fight on top of, where it's also revealed that Kevin, rather than being able to turn back to normal, it becomes an amalgamation of most of Ben's aliens, which he calls Kevin 11, or as I like to call him, a better name, Kevin Chimera. Which, can we all agree that is a better name than Kevin 11?
I think it's a name that is about as good as Kevin 11 because
Come
like
on. Kevin Chimera, just say it.
Kevin Chimera.
Feels amazing, doesn't it?
It does, but at the same time, Ben 10, Kevin
Yeah,
11.
I know. But at the end of this episode, Lieutenant Steele, to his credit, sees what is actually going on and orders his minions to step down and not attack Ben.
Yep. And then Kevin 11 is shot off of the Golden Gate Bridge and is sent plummeting into the ocean. We all know he's still alive.
Yeah, we all know he's still alive, and Ben and the Lieutenant say the goodbye to Lieutenant Steele. But before we get on to the next episode, which is the first What If episode, I've just got one note here: stock car driving experience with Max. No one wants stock car driving experience with Max.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, this leads us into Gwen 10, which with a title like that, naturally it is pretty much just an alternative comic book universe situation where instead of Ben getting the Omnitrix at the beginning of the series, it's Gwen. But the thing is that Ben knows that he was meant to get the Omnitrix, so he's like trying to tell him like, I know all of this, I know what's going to happen, and Gwen and Max being like, what are you going on about? So it's a nice chance for us to get to see Gwen with the Omnitrix and Max with the Omnitrix, which even though this is a what if or alternative universe, the fact that Max gets to have the Omnitrix for a moment, that's a pretty big foreshadowing moment for the final season.
Yeah. We also see how Gwen is adapting to the Omnitrix. We see that she is picking up on a lot of the inner workings of the Omnitrix and its aliens. She's picking this up a lot faster and is able to make fireworks in the sky with heat blasts, obliterate Ben and Bowling.
Yeah, but naturally, regardless of whether like she would like to admit, she's still very much Ben's cousin, so she gets a little bit giddy having the Omnitrix at times.
Yep.
Yeah, but really, that's all that needs to be said about the episode. It's just basically a what if retelling of the first season in a abridged fashion.
Yeah, as even though it takes a lot after the first episode, Vilgax shows up like immediately.
Yeah, and we basically get the retelling of the season finale, and like I said, Max gets the Omnitrix on him.
Yep.
Yeah.
But let's not worry about let's not worry about the what if scenarios for now, and let's get back to canon with the next episode, Grudge Match.
Where it's essentially alien space tournament fight, because Ben and Kevin in this episode get transported to an arena where they have to fight in a gladiator style tournament with other aliens.
Yep. One notable alien they meet is Technorg, which before Ben and Kevin was like the head honcho and champion of the arena.
Yeah. And we also have Slick's Fixum, which essentially is the Grandmaster, because this is essentially like Thor Ragnarok, where Thor is made to fight in that Coliseum Arena against Hulk, and Six Fixen is basically just the Grandmaster in that episode, in this episode, which they missed a golden opportunity here. I know this was made before for Ragnarok, but it would have been pretty cool if Jeff Goldblum voiced Slick Fixen.
It's Slick's Vigma.
Figma, but yeah, you get what I mean.
Yeah. It's also in this episode where Ben teaches Kevin how to combine his alien's powers, such as using Heat Blast's fire to ignite Stinkfly's goo, or to combine the speed of Accelerate, the durability of Diamond Head, and Forearms of Strength to pack a hell of a punch, and defeat Technorg. Fun fact that I just learned just now, Technorg's species has a name.
What is it?
The Detrovites.
Oh, that is probably one of the coolest species names. But yeah, so like what Ty was saying, Kevin and Ben are forced to work together in this episode, and Kevin is basically like if Deku wasn't a whiny crybaby, but still being forced to work with Bakugo. And even after all of this, even after working together, and all of this, Kevin still has to be a dick about it.
Because he's Kevin.
Yeah, because he's Kevin. But one thing that I took away from this episode is the fact that what they serve the aliens in this prison is essentially the tubby custard from Teletubbies, but purple.
I mean, fuck, I'd eat it.
Pardon?
I said, fuck, I'd eat it.
Yeah. I was just like, ugh. Oh, that is crazy. But also in this episode, we learn that Ben can pretty much use upgrade to try and take over other life forms as well.
Well, Slick's Vigma isn't really alive. He's just a intelligent robot.
Yeah, but still, it's not like say Ben trying to take over a computer. It's still trying to take over a semi-sentient creature.
Yeah. And it's with this power, Ben and Kevin stage sort of a prison break or an uprising, and allows allows all the combatants to hitch a ride home. Not before Kevin crashes Ben's ride and tries to fight him.
Yeah. But of course that backfires on Kevin, and he ends up being sent into the vacuum of space, into another galaxy, essentially. A galaxy far, far away, if you will.
Well, actually, Ben is the one that gets jettisoned in an escape pod, and Technorg just beats the shit out of Kevin.
Yeah. But I just wanted to make that reference to Star Wars, because I can imagine, like, if they wanted to do like a Star Wars Ben 10 crossover, Kevin would be like the character they probably go with.
Yeah, probably. But anyways, now for the Galactic Enforcers.
Which my first note for this was just like cesspool of the galaxy, Earth. I mean, they're not wrong when they say that.
Yeah, they're not wrong, but we see the return of 6-6 from Hunted.
Yep, his first appearance in this series, second. First appearance in this season.
Oh, in the season, okay.
Yeah. So we also have Ben reading what is essentially Ultraman, which again is another bit of foreshadowing for something that happens later on. When we get to a certain alien of Ben's, you know the one.
Yep.
Yeah, and we get introduced to the Galactic Enforcers, which is basically a superhero team of alien fighting forces who also have a Galactic Hero book that has over 12,000 pages.
Yep, and the we have the leader of the group, Ultimos, voiced by the narrator from Star Wars: The Clone Wars. We have Tiny, a female Tetramand, who seemed to be in the forearms, but before realizing he was a tiny kid. And we got Synaptech, who is a brain in a jar.
Yeah, a brain in a jar. I just love that. Like, again, some of the ideas that these guys come up with for the series are just they have to they I honestly want to know what they were like how you said that the creators of Power Rangers had to have been high to come up with some of the alien some of the monsters for that series. Like, I'm the same with Ben 10. It's like they had to have been high to come up with some of these ideas.
Well, I believe the character designer of the classic series, Tom Perkins, you can find him, and he still does draw a bunch of stuff.
Okay, but also as well, the guy who plays Ultras, the leader of the Galactic Enforcers, not only voices the voice of the narrator for Clone Wars, but he's also the voice of Yoda.
Huh.
Yeah.
We also get introduced to Volcanus, who is a Ditrovite like Technorg. But he'll be a far more recurring street tier villain. In fact, like, he shows up in like the first couple episodes of Alien Force.
Yeah. Fair enough. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. But also in this episode, we learned that don't give a Galactic Enforcer chocolate. Why? Because it's their kryptonite. I do like that. Like Ben was trying to be accustomed to them, and like, here, it's chocolate. It's very good, and not realizing that it's the Ultimus is allergic to chocolate, essentially. But it makes me question, like, would he be allergic to other dairy products? Like, would milk affect him in the same way?
Good question. Not exactly sure on that, but with 66 and Volcanus, they are after a substance called Element X. But to complete their mixture, they need to find the Bicentennium alloy, which is very ironic because this entire episode takes place in my backyard of Pittsburgh.
Which would you set a role playing campaign in Pittsburgh? Because does anything happen in Pittsburgh?
I mean, we have steel mills and Permane Brothers, and we say yins a lot.
Okay, fair enough. But also, this episode, it's kind of more of a realization for the Galactic Enforcers, because the thing about the Galactic Enforcers is that they are very much by the book kind of superheroes, and it's sometimes, protocol needs to be thrown out of the window. It's good to follow the rules, but sometimes you have to go against the rules in certain situations.
Rules are meant to be broken.
Yep, as Billy carefully said in Once and Always, rules can be broken for a good reason. But also at the end of this episode, as well, we learn that what are their names? The other two Galactic Enforcers,
Synaptech and Tiny.
Synaptech and Tiny, they have a thing for each other. So I guess it's kind of like they're kind of going for like a brain and bronze combination kind of thing, which is nice.
But
go ahead.
But don't you worry, folks. It won't be the first time a Tetraman hits on Ben.
Oh. So yeah, really, that was all I had on the Galactic Enforcers.
Mhm.
So now we can move on to Camp Fear, aka the episode with the wild mushrooms.
Yeah, so it begins with Ben and Gwen bickering.
Yep, because we learn in this episode that they are twin cousins. Basically, their cousins born on the same day, so they're naturally bickering about celebrating their birthday.
Which is weird because, like, I believe the theory is that Ben's birthday is in December. So I don't know why they'd be talking about it in July or the summer.
Probably because they're just thinking like, oh yeah, our birthday's coming up.
And
Yeah,
then
I don't know. Well, I'm looking it up now, like when they were actually born. Does it actually say? It doesn't say when they're born. That's the thing.
yeah, like we don't know when their birthday is.
Yeah, but that's besides the point. They were both born on the same day, so they're arguing about what to do for the birthday. Like, I want to celebrate it this way. No, I want to celebrate. Why do we have to born on the same day?
Yeah. We also see Max nearly killing a kid with the rest bucket.
Yep.
Uh, uh, this boy is known as Gilbert, and he will be very annoying.
Yes. So
As he,
we. Oh, go ahead.
I was about to say, he's a camper at Camp Opinacon. Uh, which has been overrun by murderous mushrooms.
Yep. And the whole idea of this episode is that Ben and Gwen as well have to learn to share, but also we have the other campers, Andy and Mandy, which now I'm looking at it right now, and Mandy is just Andy with an M attached to it. Like that's really creative, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm sure their father's name is Randy.
Yeah, and the mother's name is Lancy. No, their mother's name is Nancy. There we go. But also they start bickering with each other because everyone born on the same day has to bicker in this show. But the biggest plot point to take away from this episode is we get introduced to another new alien of Ben, Wildfine, which basically has the power to control plants.
Yeah. We also see that Ben and Max encounter the mycelium of all the murderous mushrooms, which is basically the brain of the shrooms.
Yeah,
it is able to talk to him telepathically, as they are both, well,
plants.
Mushrooms aren't plants; they're fungi. But
fungi. Fair enough.
But basically, Ben kills the mycelium by throwing athlete's foot powder into the mycelium's mouth, and just, which is why you should always wear socks.
Yes, you should always wear your socks, everyone. So yeah, Wildfine. What's your opinion on Wildfine as one of Ben's aliens?
Honestly, I love this design. But in terms of being my favorite plant alien, that goes to another alien.
Okay, all right. And the last note I had on this episode was the mushrooms basically doing the Borg. Resistance is futile. It's like you're not the Borg.
Yeah.
Yeah. But that'll lead us on to Ultimate Weapon, which sees the return of Econ and the Knights, as they are after what is essentially a sword belonging to Minan, the god of war.
Yeah, belong to the Mayan god of war. What's the name of the?
Um,
I think it's Ekchwaj. I could be
uh,
wrong.
uh,
Oh, it's Apuk.
Apuk, yeah.
Yeah, Apuk, the god of death in the underworld. Because basically, to get to the sword of Ekchwaj, you need hold on, here we go. You need the mask of Apuk to get into the temple. Which Max just knows where this temple is for some reason.
Yeah, well, he probably went there once before on one of his plumber missions. But speaking of plumbers, this is, I think, the first episode we see Max in his plumber suit.
Yeah. We also see him be like a lot more strict and pushy as he was with Vilgax.
Yeah, because isn't the whole idea that he tried to do this before and failed?
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, that is the case. But we get a highway chase scene between Enoch's men and the rust bucket as we see some Forever Knights come in through the roof of the RV. I think even one of them just goes flying out the RV. But Max is able to get the Max of Apuk back from Enoch. And I think it's also in this episode where we learn that the Rust Bucket has rocket thrusters, or
Yeah, I think it is.
Okay, could be wrong, but
also in this episode, we also have basically Max making the ultimate decision of what's most important.
Yeah, because at the end of the temple, the sword just crumbles into dust. Because it's 5,000 years old.
Yeah, 5,000 years. It's gonna fall apart, and at this point, after all of this, that Max, even after all of this, Max is saying to, like, hey, Enoch, you should head out, but Enoch is too greedy for his own good.
Yep.
And I think that also that is the lesson that Max had to learn. It's like he was so obsessed with trying to search for this item that it's kind of like he let it all go to his head, and his greed of trying to find it, essentially.
Yep.
And in order to get back to civilization, Max has knowledge of how to pilot Enoch's helicopter, so they're able to get out of there.
Yep, easy peasy, because Max just knows how to fly a helicopter. How does Max know how to fly a helicopter? Don't ask questions.
Yeah, how does Max know how to fly a helicopter? Are you questioning our Lord and Savior Max Tennyson? Nope. Good. Never question Max. So, now we move on to Tough Luck, where we have the return of Lucky Girl.
And Hex.
But also this is where we get introduced to Hex's niece, Charmcaster, who, like with Kevin with Ben, becomes a rival to Gwen, essentially. Because Gwen at this point is slowly starting to learn more about her magical alien abilities, and and naturally grabs the attention of both Hex and Charmcaster.
Hmm.
Especially when we get introduced to the legendary Keystone, which it means Gwen is going to get Mega Evolution at some point. I'm really looking forward to seeing Mega Gwen. uh, and again, it's very similar to how Kevin gets introduced into the series, where at first you do not know where they're going with Charmcaster, but then we realize, oh no, she is definitely a villain.
Yep. Because Charmcaster manages to trick the Tennysons and uh 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 trying to put words together.
Yeah. Take your time. Take your time. I'll go on to my notes that I had. But yeah, so they've gone to a Magician's Expo, which is where they first get reacquainted with Hex. And there was one other thing that I saw here when I watched this episode, where old people wanting more from forearms after a bus save. It's like, what more do you want?
An ice cream sundae.
Oh, go and get one yourself. But we also have them. We also have like a battle that takes place in a hedge maze, and I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh, don't get me started on the level from Resident Evil 4. Like anybody who's played the Resident Evil 4 hedge maze level knows what I'm talking about. But we also have the hoverboard being brought back, which you'd figure that they would have used more at this point.
I guess it just never came up, I guess.
Yeah. And we also learn in this episode, we also have in this episode the charms of Basilian getting recreated by Hex. But of course, because now Ben has Wildfire, easily able to be destroyed.
Yup.
And at the end of it, we learned that when that the keystone of Basilian still has power left after it, despite it allegedly being destroyed. Yeah. And Gwen thinking like, oh, she may not become Lucky Girl again, but no, you're still gonna have magic with you, Gwen.
Yep. Just you wait, Gwen.
Which I've got to ask, how much do you think they probably wanted Gwen to stay as Lucky Girl?
I feel like that, like they wanted Gwen to provide something to the group. Whether that be as Lucky Girl or as a magic user.
Yeah, because it does seem like they kind of what to do with her, but half the time like, oh no, we've got a plan for her at times.
Yeah, which, hey, I applaud them for allowing like everybody to be involved in some capacity. Because like I feel like there are a lot of stories where like some of these types of characters like will feel kind of useless, but it definitely doesn't feel like every character a part of Team Tennyson has a use. You know,
Yeah.
Ben's obviously the main character. Max is the most experience and has the most knowledge, and Gwen will later get her magic.
Yeah, and Gwen is very much Ben's. If you want to pick like if you want to pick a role for Gwen in the series, she is essentially Ben's sidekick. Even though if someone said that to her face, she'll probably foam at the mouth.
Probably.
Yeah, but that's essentially the role she adopts, like the sidekick character to Ben.
Like I guess she's more of like as like People more familiar and like tropes would call a lancer, which is like a bit more of like an an ally who's sometimes competitive and antagonistic towards the main hero. And
Okay.
Ben even is kind of a lancer to Gwen. Like they both kind of lance each other because they're
I,
10-year-olds and they like to
yeah.
bicker and argue, and it gets really annoying. And if I would
Okay. Okay. Take a deep breath, Tyler. Breathe. Breathe. Breathe.
I am not the
Yeah.
biggest fan of kids. Speaking of kids, they lurk below.
Oh God, here we go. It's this episode is basically Diet Lightspeed Rescue in the Aqua Base.
Yeah, except instead of being owned by a military operation, it's owned by some rich guy because the wealthy just can't get over their obsession with the ocean.
Yes. So we have another old friend of Max called Donovan, who has a stuck-up grandson called Edwin. But let's just call him what I think everyone would be a more appropriate name, Ed Bitch.
Damn.
Yeah. So he has a okay. The question I have for this, like the biggest question I have for this episode, is that yeah, the underwater base is pretty cool and all, and it's only a matter of time before more ideas get like. How long is it before we get an underwater hotel?
I think that's what this is supposed to be. It's an underwater resort. I think we already have that.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Except this resort is placed right in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Yes, and we also find out who was behind the Bermuda Triangle in this episode. But also as well, not only that, it's built right next to a sea minefield. It's like,
yeah,
why?
Like, could you not? The only way this would be a worse location if the water was way denser and like thicker, like gelatin, to where you could not swim through it, or like there were crazy killer sharks.
Yeah. But again, in this episode, someone figures out Ben's secret, and Ben is just like shocked by that. Like, how did you figure it out? It's like, Ben, you're not really keeping it a secret if you really think about it.
And Ed Bitch actually makes a good point because he's not.
Yeah. And so it's pretty much one of those standard episodic adventures where at the end of the episode, the threat is defeated by basically everything imploding in on itself.
Yep. Basically, Donovan's underwater resort pulling an aqua base at the end of Lightspeed Rescue.
Yeah, and so at the end of this episode, even though Donovan is the whole point of this episode is mainly for Donovan to learn, like, hey, spend some time with your grandkid.
Yeah, and also maybe not build an underwater resort in the middle of the Bermuda Triangle.
Oh, don't worry. He's got a better idea. He's going to be building it. He's going to be building a resort on the moon next. Which I'm going to say is Donovan's moon party from outer space. But you want to know what's crazy, Tyler?
What?
Is that we are getting a space hotel, apparently. I'll find it, but it's supposedly being confirmed. Space hotel. Yeah, here it is. Here it is.
At least people will learn not to stop fucking with the ocean.
There we go.
First hotel in space.
Which, hey, if that gets done in our lifetimes and becomes available, I'll be all for going up there. You know the type of people who will be the first to go up there. Aside from the billionaires and all of that, people who are so determined to prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. But yeah, so we're apparently getting that. But yeah, we've got yeah, where we don't like Donovan, we don't like Ed Bitch, so now we can move on to a much more far superior episode. Ghost freaked out. So we have this episode starting off with a freaky dream with Ghost Freak, showing that Ben has an innate fear of Ghost Freak, and also we have a stuck-up purple-haired girl who's being like, "Oh, we don't like the common folk in this school." It's like, how stuck-up do you have to have that attitude?
Very, because it's a private school. Because Gwen is looking into going to a private school to get a better education. But Ben has been having pseudo hallucinations of Ghost Freak.
Yeah, even with this whole thing with what's happening with the with what's happening in the school, this purple haired girl, and I'm not going to call her by name because she's just purple haired stuck up girl, somehow finds a way to blame the Tennysons for what's going on. And I'm just there thinking, like, how is all of this Gwen's fault? But this episode, we also have the circus freaks returning to attack the school that Gwen wants to get into.
Because they want payback for ruining their career with Zombozo.
Yep. But the big twist of this episode is that we find out what Ghost Freak's true form is. Because from what we learn is that Ghost Freak wasn't natural. Ghost Freak is not like the other aliens. And it's revealed that some of the DNA from the alien that became Ghost Freak when it got into the Omnitrix can actually be removed. So now we have the alien being revealed as Saskara, which Saskara, which I've got to say is probably one of the creepiest but most awesome designs that the show has come up with.
Yeah, and the reason Saskara can do this is because an ectoneuroid's DNA, an ectoneuroid's consciousness can remain even in a strand of DNA.
Yeah. And so Saskara becomes one of Ben's probably most formidable foes, because we do see him again later on in the series. And again, I said, Steve. This is where I put, like, Steve Bloom needs wartime throat lozenges after Ghost Freak voice. He really does, because of just how. And I do like his voice for Ghost Freak. It's probably I would say it's my favorite voice for the series.
I would concur with that too, even though his voice for Vilgax and Heat Blast are also really good.
Oh, they are good. They are good. So we also have in this episode got I'm gonna call him Ghost Freak for just this episode. So we have him taking over Gwen's body to briefly fight against Ben, and basically doing what Seto Kaiba did, but with Gwen's body, by basically threatening to commit suicide with Gwen's body. Because the whole idea behind Ghost Freak is that Ghost Freak is essentially, since I'm making the Yugo comparison, it's essentially Yami Bakura, in the sense that he wants to take over Ben's body and be the one who's more the dominant one of the body and the Omnitrix.
Yep. We also get a sun gun in this episode from Max, which is basically a gun that can fire solar rays.
Yeah, and since Ghost Freak is a ghost, they figure, like, oh, his weakness must be sunlight, and it turns out that it is. So they use the sunlight in this episode to destroy Ghost Freak. So no more Ghost Freak in the Omnitrix. And I think it's after this episode where, after this season where instead of it being Ghost Freak in the intro, it's Cannonbolt.
It's once we get from season 2 to 3.
Yeah. So,
but moving on to, I believe the next episode is Dr. Animo and the Mutant Ray.
yes, it is. So we have the return of everyone's favorite crazy scientist, Dr. Animo.
Yep, and this time, he has a mutant ray. It's a ray that can turn your average animal into mutants.
Yep.
Such as with his mutant frog. It's also in this episode which birthed onto the Ben 10 community the concept of alien fusions, as we see Ben accidentally pop off the faceplate of the Omnitrix. And that causes like the transformations to become unstable. So now he has fused transformations, such as Stink Arms, a combination between Stinkfly and Forearms, to where he's weaker than Forearms but is too heavy to fly.
Which has got to be the worst.
Hop.
Which has got to be the worst combination out of all of them.
We also got Gray Matter mixed with Diamond Head, which means he's smaller than Diamond Head but weighs more than Gray Matter.
And it's also in this episode as well where Animo takes the piece of the Omnitrix that was broken off and is starting to use it to mutate creatures himself to give us a more fusion confusion.
Yep, such as infusing a bat with Heat Blast's DNA, or infusing Grandpa Max with Stinkfly's DNA to turn into like a maggoty version of Stinkfly.
Which, I've got to say, it's very depressing to see Max in that state.
Yeah. And then we then get the introduction of Heat Jaws, of fusion of Heat Blast and Rip Jaws.
Yeah, and naturally, because of that, the fire in Heat Blast doesn't work, because obviously fire doesn't work with water. Which, to be fair, sometimes fire can work with water. You just gotta be doing it in the right way.
Yeah. I mean, he can shoot fire. It's just the fire doesn't work when Ripjaws needs water.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah. So how do they get out of this situation with Animo and get the bit of the Omnitrix back?
Gwen climbs into the barrel of the mutant ray, and for some reason the ray doesn't activate, and and Gwen comes in, showing that she actually just took out the faceplate.
Yep. So, go ahead.
And then as for changing back Max, she just turned the Omnitrix face around backwards. Easy peasy.
Lemon squeezy. And so at the end of this episode, Dr. Animo gets taken away again, and we have Gwen joking that she feels like she's watching a rerun because Animo was taken away similarly by the police in their first encounter with him.
Yep. And even though Ben learned what happens when you fuck with the Omnitrix, he gets right back to fucking with the Omnitrix.
Yeah, he'll never learn not to fuck with the Omnitrix. But this leads us into the season finale for season 2, back with a vengeance. So what's cooler than one major villain, two major villains teaming up, because we have Kevin and Vilgax coming back into the frame and saying like, "Hey, you hate Ben, I hate Ben. Let's team up to take him out."
Yep. Meanwhile, the Tennysons are at Niagara Falls, and Ben is messing with the Omnitrix.
Yeah. Even though the last episode established that if he messes with it, things go bad, and a confident Ben is a bad Ben. But in this situation, it kind of works to his benefit because this is where we learn about master control.
Yep. So after fiddling with the Omnitrix, Ben unlocks the feature that allows him to transform without touching the dial, and now he can fast change just by thinking about it.
Yeah. Which comes into play in the very first episode of season 3, which we'll get into. But but will Ben learn? When to fully turn on master control, or at some point after this episode, but before the future?
Not by himself.
Okay. All right. So, as Kevin and Vilgax are fighting Ben, they come up with the plan like, "Hey, let's send them into the Null Void." But this plan backfires, and Ben ends up going in with them. So it's up to Gwen to essentially become a plumber at this point, because she puts on the plumber suit and everything to go in to try and get Ben. So Gwen is basically on a time limit here, where she's like, "Okay, you gotta get in, get Ben, and get out."
Yep.
And it's the first time we actually get a proper look at the Null Void, which is essentially an alternative dimensional prison.
Yeah. It's also here where they actually remove the Omnitrix from Ben's arm.
Yes, and that was one of the notes that I put down, because it looks like his skin gets ripped off.
Well, the thing is with the Omnitrix is that it binds itself to one's DNA.
Right.
So that way it becomes like a proper part of him. And normally, because of that, you can't take it off.
Okay.
But we later see it comes off easier and easier, but whatever. We also see that Ben actually zeroed out the master control. But Vilgax is like, I'll crack the code eventually. And then Kevin just runs off with the Omnitrix, betraying Vilgax, because, let's be honest, Vilgax would have done it first.
Yes, Vilgax would have done it first. Before, if Kevin had come up with it. So now it's basically playing hot potato with the Omnitrix before Gwen is able to get back with Ben, and Ben is able to re-establish himself with the Omnitrix, and they are able to get out of the Null Void, leaving Vilgax and Kevin trapped in there. And we'll never see. No, we are going to see them again, of course.
Particularly Vilgax.
Yeah. Because isn't this Vilgax's last appearance in person for the classic series?
Because
I mean, we have the What If episode with him in season 4.
There is Secret of the Omnitrix.
Okay, all right. Fair enough. But like in terms of like the weekly episodes, because Secrets of the Omnitrix is, well, it's technically a movie, but on the wiki it's carried as like episodes 1 to 3 of season 4.
Yeah.
So, but essentially Kevin gets out before Vilgax.
Well, Vilgax gets out before Kevin.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
Because, Secret of the Omnitrix.
Oh, yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, that was season 2. A much more chaotic season than season 1.
I think all the better for it, because now, like, that they found their ground, they can continue to expand upon what they learned from season 1 and make it even better.
Which, starting with, oh, go ahead.
Uh, uh, and speaking of covering more ground, we continue that with the first episode of season 3, Ben 10,000.
Which, 10,000 aliens?
Not just more like 1,912,000, but we're not there yet.
How many aliens does this guy have?
Well, the full Omnitrix playlist contains about 1,912,000 samples, but
Oh, so many aliens, so many aliens. So yeah, this episode is a flash forward. We'll go into the future where we see future Ben and future Gwen with or Gwendolyn, as she's known in the future. Not sure why she's Gwendolyn and not Gwen. I get that's her full name.
I don't know. Maybe she just likes the ring of it.
Yeah, but also as well, we learned that while Ben in the future and Gwen's relationship is slightly better, Ben is a bit of a dick in the future.
Or at the very least, overworked.
Overworked to the point of being a dick.
Yep.
Which goes back to one of the comments that was shown earlier from Shadow Dash, where they were talking about Ben had to learn to be to work smart, smarter, not harder, but also had to learn about working harder. But yeah, this is the episode that brings that to buying the ads, because working too hard can lead you to being a little bit of a sourpuss, which is what Ben 10,000 is, to the point that he wants nothing to do with his younger self, even though it is him.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also Gwen has pretty much mastered her magic in the future.
And has all 5 charms of Bazel.
Yeah. Which is Gwen gonna get that in the current storyline? The
charms of Bazel?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. All right. Go ahead.
But she also mentions that Ben has fully mastered the Omnitrix. As we see later in this episode, he does still have master control. So perhaps I don't know, he probably just rediscovered it later on. But it's theorized that a lot of things didn't happen that happened in the Prime timeline.
Yeah.
But again, those are theories. We also see Dr.
We also see Dr. Animal, who basically becomes Krang from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because he's essentially he is essentially in the body of another, in like the stomach area of another mechanical machine type thing.
Well, actually, he's just a head now, and he mounted himself on a gorilla.
Okay, all right, but yeah, he's essentially just a head. And then we also have Buff Philgax.
And we have Max with a beard.
And not just that, a mechanical arm that becomes a gun. Guts, eat your heart out.
Yep, all thanks to the Limax Wars of 2017, which we never see.
So, yeah, they were really incredible, weren't they, Tyler?
Oh, yeah.
I remember when Max lost his head in that as well, and they had to stitch it back on. But also we get introduced to a future alien, Absolute Zero.
You mean Arctiguana?
I mean Absolute Zero.
Lord.
I know. It's Arctiguana, but I like Absolute Zero.
We also see Spitter be used by Ben 10,000. as he shows up for like 5 seconds, spits out some stuff, and then Ben changes.
Yeah. Which again, which I'm like, Ben can future Ben 10,000. Can you stay in an alien form for more than 5 seconds before changing it up?
I mean, if he has the ability to quick change, use it.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So by the end of this episode, future Ben learns the importance of like, yeah, maybe I should take a break every now and then.
Yup, and he celebrates his he celebrates Grandpa Max's 80th birthday, while present Ben and Gwen go back to celebrate Max's 60th
60th
birthday.
birthday, where they get a cake for him.
Yep.
Yeah, and that'll lead us nicely into episode 2, Midnight Madness, aka the episode where Gwen takes advantage of Ben being hypnotized.
Yep. So, in this episode, we meet a new villain named Sublimino, voiced by Richard Horvitz.
Yeah, who is a hypnotist.
Yep, and he hypnotizes people to help him steal some stuff so that he can build a giant contraption to hypnotize the world or some shit.
Yeah, and how is he going to hypnotize people? By making me believe that Total Drama All Stars was the greatest series ever. No.
We see that Sublimino's first command to Ben under hypnosis is that he's an alien, so he almost activates the Omnitrix, but then Gwen tackles him and forces the hypnotized gray matter to feed her grapes.
Yes, which given how douchey Ben has been to Gwen at times, she deserves this little bit of fun.
Yeah. And then the next day we see one of Diamond Head's shards at the mall, and it turns out there was a robbery. Somebody stole the motor to the pirate ship. Who could it have been?
It was Ben, because Ben has been watching too much One Piece. Yeah.
But as soon as the clock strikes 12, Ben's back up, transforms into Upgrade, and is on another heist because Sublimino is having Ben steal things for him.
Mm-hmm. And he can only do it when the clock strikes midnight.
Let's see. But then Sublimino uses the clock tower's giant clock as his method of hypnosis to hypnotize the entire mall, with the exception of Ben.
Yeah, who has finally caught on to the fact that he is being hypnotized. So now Ben has to be the one to save the day, which he ends up doing by using Wildvine.
Yeah, Wildvine really gets a lot of action in the classic series.
Is that to say that he doesn't in the future series?
I will not confirm nor deny that.
No, but essentially, after all of this, Ben has run on so much adrenaline, defeating Subliminal, he finally collapses and falls asleep because of his lack of sleep.
Yep.
Yeah. And at the end of this episode, Ben took a watch from Subliminal as a trophy, and then tries to use it on Gwen to fetch him some ice cream, and he thinks it works, but then he realizes, oh no, I'm not good at this.
Yep, because Gwen dumps the ice cream on his head.
Yep. And speaking of Gwen, this will lead us into our next episode, Change of Face, where we have Charmcaster being returning, but before that we have Ben, Gwen, and Max changing into outfits. So we have Max as a judge, Gwen as a witch, and I don't know what Ben is supposed to be.
He's supposed to be like a pilgrim because they're in Salem, Massachusetts, like the Salem witch trials.
Oh, right.
Which is kind of a weird time to idolize, considering they falsely accused a lot of women of being witches and hung them to death.
Yeah, and it's funny that that Gwen is the one dressed as a witch, considering she's the one that has the magic. But essentially, in this episode, it becomes Freaky Friday when after a spell goes horribly wrong, Gwen and Charmcaster end up switching bodies. Which you'd figure that they should figure out right away that that Gwen is not Gwen. Especially Max. Max should have figured it out like right away. Like, wait, you're not my granddaughter. But I digress. So, Gwen in Charmcaster's body gets sent to prison. But this is where Gwen is like, oh, wait, I'm in Charmcaster's body. I have access to all this magic. Maybe I can use it to my advantage, which she ends up doing because Charmcaster in her pouch has eggs that explode.
She's got eggs for everything. I mean, how do you think she gets those little rock dudes?
Yeah, fair enough. And after getting herself acquainted with some of the prisoners, she makes a prison escape with a couple of them, but then she realizes like, oh wait, when you two get out, you're not gonna change your ways, and they're like, nah. So she's like, okay, I'm keeping you two behind while I bail myself, because she's probably thinking like, yeah, by the time it's all over, I'm gonna have my body back, and Charmcaster's gonna have to deal with these guys. So once she's able to get back with Gwen and with Ben and Max, they're like, oh wait, this is definitely Gwen in my body, because Gwen in Charmcaster's body basically talks like Gwen, and that's where Ben's able to figure out like, oh yeah, you're Gwen.
Though before that, Charmcaster in Gwen's body is trying to gather up some ingredients. Namely, she's trying to find some sea urchin eggs. Which I didn't even know sea urchins laid eggs.
Do they?
I don't know.
Do sea urchins lay eggs? Oh, they do.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, female urchins may produce 100,000 to 2 million eggs.
God damn.
Yeah, that is a lot of that's a lot of eggs.
Yeah, can make could make like one hell of an omelet out of those eggs.
Yeah.
But
go ahead.
We see when subject to Ben's juvenile name calling, Charmcaster responds a lot more violently. As when Ben calls her a freak, Gwen starts twisting his ankle.
Yeah, that's one of the big clues that Ben gets of just being like, okay, yeah, this is not Gwen.
That and the the weird food which Charmcaster's trying to whip up for a spell.
Yeah. So eventually they find it out, and even though they try to get the spell to get them back in their bodies, it ends up backfiring again. And now Gwen and Ben are in each other's bodies, which as you naturally would assume, they start bickering about each other being in each other's body.
Yep, and for some reason, even though this didn't, so when Charmcaster and Gwen switch bodies, their voices didn't change. Their voices didn't change, but when Ben and Gwen switch bodies, their voices do change.
I guess it was probably because, like, okay, my theory would be that because Ben and Gwen have the same, basically have the same blood as each other, that might have been a factor in it.
What's the in? I mean, I don't really buy that for an in-universe answer, but like, there's like an out of universe question. What's with the inconsistency? Like, couldn't get Gwen to sound like Ben and vice versa?
No, probably not. But anyway, at this point, when whilst Gwen in Ben's body is getting accustomed to the it does feel like with this and the what if Gwen 10 episode, that they probably wanted Gwen to get her own Omnitrix at some point.
They did plan for Gwen to get her own spin-off show, but plans of that fell through.
Yeah, but it does feel, you get the impression that they did want Gwen to at least have the Omnitrix at some point.
I mean, hell, Kevin was supposed to have his own Omnitrix at one point.
Oh. Well, anyway, besides that, point is that they are able to complement, even though they bicker, they're able to complement each other when they're in each other's bodies. So that's nice. And at the end of the episode, Gwen is like, yoink, I'm taking a spell book, Charmcaster. Whilst Charmcaster goes to jail and has to deal with the inmates that Gwen basically said, fuck you two.
Yeah.
So now we can move on to Merry Christmas. And I can actually do the joke because we are in July now. Christmas episode in July?
Crazy.
It is crazy. But so this whole idea is that they're all is that this Mr. Jingles character wants Max to be Father Christmas.
Yeah. So basically, Mr. Jingles is having a kidnapped a bunch of children, and basically enslaved them to be elves in Santa's workshop. So Mr. Jingles kidnaps Grandpa Max and forces him to be Santa Claus to motivate the elves.
Yeah. And in this episode as well, Ben and Gwen take on the roles of the elves, but one elf in particular is not under the effects of the spell and is helping them out to get to stop Mr. Jingles. But in this episode as well, we see Accelerate on ice. I repeat, we see Accelerate on ice. That is the coolest thing. That is the coolest thing ever. Pun intended.
Would you think that wouldn't work because of the fact that Accelerate has like balls on the bottom of his feet, so it would be really hard for him to like skate around on ice?
Never question it. It's Accelerate on ice. The argument is invalid, Tyler.
Okay. We also get Wild Mutt disguised as a reindeer,
which is hilarious.
Because Gwen just writes off like, "Oh, he's from Europe," which I'm sure reindeers look like giant rabid dogs with no eyes over there, Luke.
Yeah, they really do. Yeah. But also as well, this episode If you are a cosplayer of Legolas or Spock or just about anyone with pointy ears, don't watch this episode because they say pointy ears will never be in fashion.
Gwen, how wrong you are, friend.
How wrong you are. Yeah, so anybody who likes to cosplay as Legolas or Spock, yeah, don't watch this episode. You will want to throw Gwen into a Star Trek cosplay.
We also see Ben using Stinkfly to deliver presents around the world in about 10 minutes.
Yes.
Like, how fast is Stinkfly flying?
Hey, if we're going by the logic of the Polar Express, time freezes at midnight.
I thought this was Ben 10, not Persona 3.
No, I'm saying Polar Express.
I thought. Wait, are you talking about the Polar Express or Persona 3?
No, I said the Polar Express because...
I know. I was making a joke.
Oh, right.
Okay, because in Persona 3, there's supposedly a 125th hour between midnight and 1 called the Dark Hour. That's where most of the game takes place.
Oh, right. But it's crazy if you really think about that the Dark Hour might actually come into reality because the rotation of the Earth is slowing down, so we might get extra hours in the far future.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So yeah, they eventually get the spell undone and everything returns to normal. And yeah, it's a nice creepy Christmas episode in July.
Yep. Or June when we watched it.
Oh, June when we watched it. Actually, when did that episode
It aired December 11th, 2006.
Oh, okay, so it was technically the proper Christmas episode.
Yep.
Yeah. But anyway, moving on to Ben Wolf, where we have yet another grandchild whose grandfather is affiliated with Max.
Yep. We head down to Arizona where Max meets up with his old friend Wes Green, who is who lives with his granddaughter Kai on a Navajo Native American reservation.
And it's the first time that Ben really starts to develop feelings for someone. Which Gwen immediately figures out right away and starts teasing about him.
But is ultimately pretty supportive of him, all things considered.
Yeah, all things considered, Gwen is very supportive of him and tries to help him in her own Gwen way.
Yep. And then a lightning bolt hits the ground next to Ben, and then a weird werewolf guy shows up. But then he runs off, and then a flash flood comes in. And Ben manages to rescue Kai from the flash flood.
Yeah.
Wes believes that werewolf to be a Yenaldushi, or a native a creature in Native American folklore.
Which I want to check something quickly. But yeah. So in this episode as well, we also learn a pretty big thing about the Omnitrix as well, in terms of like how to unlock aliens.
Yep. Not only can you input codes to unlock aliens, you can also it also has a new setting called capture mode, in which an alien touches the Omnitrix, and the Omnitrix registers its DNA, allowing Ben to transform into that alien. And the werewolf guy actually clawed at the Omnitrix enabling a new transformation of the Laboan species for Ben, Benwolf, or as it will be known later, Blitzwolfer. Which I gotta say, Blitzwolfer, well, both names are kind of lame.
Yeah, yeah,
Uh,
they are.
especially since Blitzwolfer is just a pun on Wolf Blitzer. Like, come on, Howlitzer is right over there.
Yeah. I'm just quickly looking up something here. I think it's um uh uh so okay, yeah, yeah, so in terms of Kai and Wes, they are voiced by actual Native American actors.
Huh.
So it is nice that they did get put so um Wes is voiced by Miguel Nigeria. I'm sorry if I have I have pronounced that completely wrong. But Kai is voiced by Bettina Bush, who is descended from the from the Cherokee, the Cherokee. But point is that they're both Native American, so it's nice that they actually got actual Native American voice actors for this.
Yep. And before it was revealed that the werewolf was an alien werewolf, Ben suggests trying to use a silver bullet on the werewolf. But Wes like, nah, that only happens in movies.
I love that. I love that. Like Ben was thinking of like the stereotypical way of getting rid of a werewolf, and Wes was just like, no, that's just in movies.
When he mentions that they have to acquire a silver pendant encoded in the fluids of a certain cactus, the Arbol del Matrimonio, and place it on the Yalduchi's heart.
Mm-hmm. So I believe in order to do that, they have to go into an active volcano.
Hold on, let me double check that. They didn't need to go into the volcano.
So the whole thing that I guess the whole part about them going into the volcano was
purely because of the werewolf.
Yeah, fair enough.
And because the werewolf somehow reawakened the volcano.
Yeah, how does that work?
I don't know.
No.
But
go ahead.
Ben as Blitzwolfer is able to cross is able to cross a broken path by using Blitzwolfer's sonic howl to sort of act as extra leverage in a sense.
Yep. And Ben very nearly dies in this episode.
Yeah,
as he's fighting the werewolf and ends up getting trapped in the volcano, where he's only able to get out because of using Cannonbolt's ability to dig underground. And at the end of this episode, we learned that Kai is a bitch. Because the only reason she was interested in Ben was so that he could be Ben Wolf and tame him.
Yeah.
Yeah. But but I am glad that Gwen actually stuck up for Ben at the end of just being like, "Hey, what the hell?"
Yeah, that was kind of fucked up.
Yeah. Um. So at the end of the episode, we find out that deep inside the cave that they were in, there's a strange machine that starts to suddenly activate, which does come into play in the season finale.
Mhm.
Yeah. So moving on to Game Over, where all the references to Sumo Slammer finally come into play, where we get the standard Isekai episode because we have Ben and Gwen getting sucked into the game.
Yep, because upgrade was messing with the game and they got zapped by lightning.
Yeah, and I do really like the what they do with this episode because we have Gwen essentially being a noob to all of this, and even despite all of that, she does a lot better than Ben does. And how does she do that? She read the instructions,
Yep,
and Ben's like, this game comes with instructions.
which is kind of funny because nowadays games don't even come with instructions.
No, it's kind of like you have to learn through trial and error.
Yeah, or go to the tutorial.
Yeah. Yeah, and we also have the idea of like throughout each level, Ben because Ben doesn't have all his aliens at the beginning of the game, so it's kind of like a race to get back all his aliens before the game is up. And we have 4 arms with samurai armor, which, come on, you have to admit that is pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and go ahead.
Like we get 4 arms and a cool set of armor. And like the whole thing with the Omnitrix in this episode is that Ben doesn't have access to his transformations, so instead he has to collect like tokens to like to then regain his transformations. So like he gets the token for 4 arms. And we also get Sumo Wrestler Cannonbolt.
Yes.
Is probably Cannonbolt's best design ever.
Oh yes, it absolutely is. And as we go along in the game, we get introduced to is it the player avatar for the game, Ishigamiya?
It's Ishiyama.
Ishiyama, but is he like the player avatar for the game?
Yeah, he's like the main character of the game.
Yeah, who like with Kai and Wes, because he's a Japanese character played by an actual Japanese actor.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Let me find out what is who voiced him. So where is it? Where? There we go. He is voiced by Keon Young.
Huh.
Yeah.
Cool.
Who is no stranger to voice acting, having played Long Lao Shi in American Dragon Jake Lloyd.
Huh.
Yeah. So he's half he's an American. He was born in America, but is part Chinese and part Japanese.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Also, fun facts I'm looking at now is that his acting mentor was Mako, who was the original voice for Uncle Iroh in Avatar.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's nice that we have. It's nice that he has that connection to the Avatar franchise. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah, and Ishiyama thinks that Gwen is a warrior in this episode, which royally annoys Ben, but that's only because because Gwen doesn't skip anything. This is a lesson to all you gamers who want to skip through games quickly. Looking at you, speedrunners. You will be seen as gods if you don't skip anything.
Hey, don't be just the speedrunners. Those guys.
Fair enough, fair enough. I'm half joking. I'm half joking here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh,
But there's also something else I wanted to say in my notes here. We get the lightsaber sound effects when upgrade is found, because when he touches upgrade, it goes.
yeah.
Yeah.
We also get Grandpa Max playing the game.
Yes, yeah, and he's like, I love that. I love that about Max because he's at first hesitant about getting into a game, but he gets really into it.
I'll say.
Yeah, but you want, but I said this when me and Tyler were watching it. It's scary how real that is becoming because we see stories about grandparents being gamers now. In fact, because oh my, oh my god, um, there there are probably like. There are probably like grandparents now who are saying to their grandkids, "Let's play some NES." I don't want to play an 8-bit game. We're playing NES. It's scary to think how real that is becoming now. That we're in that we're slowly getting to that era of grandparents being gamers more commonly now.
Yeah. And we see Ichiyama uh express great respect for Grandpa Max for seeing through one of the main villain Kenko's tricks.
Yeah, and how did Max do that? He read the instructions.
Yeah.
It's like, Ben, just read the instructions. And you can't use the excuse of that he's a 10-year-old because Gwen read the instructions.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is probably my favorite episode of of season 3.
Uh Honestly, fair enough. This is like a really fun episode.
Yeah. So anyway, we can now move on to Superhero Alien, aka the episode that has the What If comic books, but they're actually canon to the Ben 10 universe.
Yep. So we see an episode of a new cartoon in the Ben 10 universe, Super Alien Hero Buddy Adventures, which uh 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 is taking a lot of, I am putting air quotes in, inspiration from Ben's transformations.
Yeah, because even though it takes inspiration, the guy gets it all wrong because he calls oh what does he call Heat Blast?
Fiery Buddy.
Fiery Buddy, and isn't it Arm Buddy for forearms?
It's Hand Buddy.
Hand Buddy. It's like, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. They're worse names than forearm. They're it's a worse name than forearms. Hand Buddy. But we also have this other character called Kangaroo Commando.
Which I guess is like this universe's version of Batman, in a sense.
But Dark Batman, as we'll soon find out.
Yeah.
So Ben in this episode to the comic book guy who does look as though he's a little bit out of one of those creators who are just like, I just want to work. I don't want to deal with the fans. Ben's being one of those critical fans because it's like, you're ripping me off.
Yeah, the creator of Super Alien Hero Buddy is like, look, man, I don't know what you're talking about. You can't prove I plagiarized.
Yeah, but and I feel like at this point Max should have because doesn't Max stop Ben from like transforming, or is it Gwen?
Gwen.
Yeah, I feel like Gwen should have just let Ben have this one and just let him transform into forearms and just be like, actually, I can right here. I want you to stop this. Yeah, but it turned um so in this episode we have also Ben getting involved in Kangaroo Commando to essentially be the one that actually fights Kangaroo Commando, but they and Kangaroo Commando is saying to the creator of Super Alien, but it's like stop ripping off. You're ripping off. It's basically a back and forth between these two of just being like, who's better? Who's got a better idea? I've got a better idea.
Yeah, and we also learned about Kangaroo Commando, typically played by Abel North, that it was actually his brother Kane that was
All behind what was going on in this episode, which was essentially a ploy to ruin Super Alien Buddies because they felt like he was taking away the thunder from Kangaroo Commando.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there was one line in this episode that I wrote down. Can't anyone in Hollywood come up with anything original?
Which is
Apparently,
very relevant in these times with the rise of AI.
Yeah, apparently not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because now because Kane doesn't feel like he's getting the credit he deserves, decides to go rogue and try to kill both the creator of Super Alien Hero Buddies and his brother Abel by dipping them in vats of acid.
Yeah, which is like, Jesus Christ, I know you're not getting the credit you deserve, but take a chill pill.
And then Ben and Abel defeat Kane. He's arrested, and Abel and the creator of Super Alien Hero Buddy Adventures reconcile.
Yeah, and even after all that, they're like, yeah, get out of our face, kid, with Ben.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we can move on to Under Wraps, or Other Wraps, based on where we go in this episode, because we're going to a farm.
Yep. It starts with us about to see some kids recreate that one scene from Barnyard with the kids like, that's called cow tipping. I don't know if you've watched that episode, but people in the who grew up in the 2000s, they'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I have not. So, but as it turns out that there is something going on this alien farm, which might be a reference to people thinking that aliens attack field crops.
Probably. In the rust bucket, Max gets TO'd because Ben and Gwen don't want to do their chores.
So he's like, okay, if you want to be lazy, I'm gonna punish you. And how are you gonna punish us? Working a week on a farm.
Yep. And Max doesn't want Ben using the Omnitrix.
Yep. But of course, this being Ben, and even Gwen is like, yeah, this sucks. They're both like, you know what? Let's just speed this work up so that we can get out of here.
Yep.
Yeah. Go ahead.
We then see Ben and Gwen going out at night to search for the mummy, and they find some weird purple mutant cows.
It was okay. They were taking them to McDonald's anyway. Yeah. So and I do believe they flash back to the or at least they mention the werewolf in this episode.
Yeah, because the mummy showed up in a flash of purple lightning.
Yeah. Uh, yeah. And so they mentioned like, hey, wasn't this exactly the same thing as what happened with the werewolf? So there is something going on with these aliens, like they are connected. So Ben is able to defeat the alien and the mummy, and is able to unlock Snare O.
Yep, though we don't get to see him used in this episode. We gotta wait a bit for that. It's also revealed about what the mummy was after and what happened to those cows. Uh, those the mummy's looking for a specific mineral called corrodium that can cause life on Earth to mutate. And they track down the mummy to the Digby Dairy Factory, which is a giant ice cream factory, which apparently has some corrodium buried underneath.
Which
Digby Dairy now
I
with
always,
corrodium
I always,
flavor.
yeah, I always knew that. I always knew that those offshoot ice creams would be the death of us.
Yep. I gotta say, the corrodium flavor is very good. Uh,
Yeah. So there's also the joke about Ben being a mutant. It's like he's not a mutant; he's an alien. But also as well, we get Gwen's first spell in the series. As far as I'm aware, like the first spell she conjures by herself when she's not being possessed by anyone.
oh yeah. Mulcha Objectia. It's a funny thing because the Ben 10 wiki actually lists all the spells used in an episode and all the aliens Ben uses.
Yeah.
So I'm really just able to what spell did Gwen use? Oh, Mulcha Objectia. What aliens did Ben use? Oh, Accelerate, Forearms, Wild Vine, Wild Mud, Diamond, and an Upgrade.
Yeah. So by the end of this episode, Ben and Gwen are just like, "Can we go? Can we go, Grandpa Max?" And Max is just like, "Oh, thank God, I couldn't stand another day." So now we're moving on to the Unnaturals, which is the mandatory baseball episode, where we have a lesson in cheating. Where it's a fun fair. It's a fun fair. It, it it's a fun fair as well, where Ben fails at games and complains. Ben gets a chance to be on his baseball team, but but the baseball team they're going up against has drill as a drill sergeant, as the commander, who turns out to be a robot, and they're all robots. So yeah, cheating doesn't pay off.
Yep. We also get the reappearance of Cash and JT.
Yep.
Who are on the little league team for Ben's school.
Who don't figure out that Ben is all these aliens. I imagine they're gonna find out eventually.
We also have Ben helping out helping out his home team by going Accelerate and messing with the game.
Yep, because and even though Ben does technically cheat here, he's cheating cheaters.
Yeah.
Yeah. But the big plot point of this episode is that it was all a ploy. It was all a ploy by the Forever Knights, because Enoch returns.
Yep, and then he wants to create a robot duplicate of the president. Why does he need a robot duplicate of the president?
Because then he can take over the United States of America, Tyler.
Sure.
Yeah. So yeah, mandatory baseball episode with only one real note worthy of it being Enoch. So yeah, now we can move on to Monster Weaver.
Weather.
Wait, was it Monster Weather or Monster Weaver? Oh, yeah, Monster Weather. I don't know where I got Monster Weaver from. I don't know. So, um, in this episode, we have what is essentially Hal from 2001: A Space Odyssey, but as a weather machine going AWOL.
Yep, because a meteorologist decided to play God.
Yes, yes, he did.
Uh, uh, Meanwhile, we got Max stopping by at a music festival in Chicago. Wanted to see one of his favorite bands from back in the day.
Yeah, and this episode really is all about Ben trying to learn, like, hey, your grandpa is a fan of things as well. Let him have his fun.
Yeah. Besides, that music festival seemed fun. It sounded like that music festival had like some punk stuff. And speaking as a fan of punk music, that sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, yeah, I can imagine that being up your alley. Um, but also we have the all drive of the Rust Bucket as well. Just wanted to bring that up.
Yep.
So yeah, and by the end of the episode, after all is said and done, Ben does reveal, like, you know what, they're uh, they're all right. They're all right. It's kind of like a reverse of what happened with the video game, where it's like, instead of it being Max getting into the video game, Ben starts to get into like the whole idea of the music concert.
Yeah.
Which is crazy again to think about that we're in that age now where even kids as young as Ben are getting into music concerts.
Yeah. I mean, uh, honestly, this episode kind of like makes me think of um, kind of makes me think of my mom, who is like a really big fan of like rock music from like the 70s and the 80s. Uh, uh, because she's like a big fan of like Def Leppard and AC/DC. I mean, heck,
Yeah,
she went to see Def Leppard in concert, I think, like 2 years ago, and she had a blast.
did pun, did pun intended. But yeah, moving on to the return, which sees the return of Saskara and uh, as well as the werewolf and the mummy.
Yep. We also get to meet a new character, Dr. Victor, who is trying to orchestrate the revival of the scare at uh and it turns out he is also another Halloween City alien.
Yeah, who has an amalgamation of uh he's basically Frankenstein. That is what they're going for here, right down to him basically being named Victor.
Well, actually, he's part of a species known as the Transillians.
Fair enough, fair enough. But come on, it's decide that is very clearly Frankenstein. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, that is very much Frankenstein's monster.
Uh, yeah, it even says in his profile that that's what they were going for.
Yep. Also, we get the proper debut of Snarrow here, and apparently Max was supposed to be the first man on the moon.
Which is crazy to think in this, like, oh, what if it wasn't Neil Arm? Like, if Max was the first one on the moon, would Neil Armstrong have been in Ben 10?
That would be interesting to think about. But at the end of this episode, we have the resurrection of Ziska.
Yeah, which I'm like, yeah, let's piss our pants in fear. And this episode is the first of a two-parter, because we also have Be Afraid of the Dark, which is intended to be, according to the wiki, is intended to be the season finale. But personally, I think the episode that we end season 3 on is much more satisfying episode to end on.
Fair enough. So we see Zscair come back. I'm back, bitches, and I'm here for that Omnitrix.
But you're not going to get it, Sascara.
Yeah, and another part of his plan is to project a corrodium beam from a space station that Dr. Victor's piloting to a transceiver down in New Mexico, which is what that strange machine that the werewolf was building on was, to spread all over the Earth and block out the sun, which would result in every human and animal being mutated by the corrodium, and Zscair being at full power.
Yeah, so this is basically what the entire subplot of the werewolf and the mummy has been building up to. Zscair's plan to take over the world.
Yep.
Yeah, and we also get battles in space.
Yep.
Yeah,
we also.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say with Ben, with Max and Gwen taking part in the battles now. Ben had his fun with Kevin in the last season, so now they're having fun in space.
Yep. We also get a new transformation from Ben with his new Transillian transformation, Frankenstrike.
Yeah. Yeah. Which I've got to say is pretty cool, but it's very much a more gloomy version of Forearms without the forearms.
But there's electricity and enhanced intelligence.
Yeah, fair enough. That is fair. So by the end of the episode, when all is said and done, they're able to stop the transformation of everyone at Earth being turned into these creatures, and Zscair is defeated once again by the same method that he was defeated the last time.
Yep, the power of the sun.
Yep, the sun will always defeat you, Zscair. And after all, and the whole idea about this two-part is that Ben finally starts to learn how valuable it is to be Team Tennyson. But
also,
go ahead.
Also, Cannonbolt survives re-entry into the atmosphere.
Yeah, I guess that's one of his abilities. And they land in Egypt before, but also we get a very ominous ending where Ghost Freak is back in the Omnitrix. So I don't believe. I think this is the last appearance of Ghost Freak or Zscair in the classic series, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. So I assume this is gonna be more brought up when we get to Alien Force. This cliffhanger ending of Ghost Freak being back in the Omnitrix.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm looking forward to that. I am definitely looking forward to that. But let's move on to what we got as the finale, The Visitor, where it's the part I have been waiting for the whole video to say, because it turns out that Max has been banging aliens. How does this work? Do all the Tennysons just want to bang aliens?
Okay, before we go too far, so it turns out that remember what we mentioned at the beginning about Vilgax chasing another ship carrying the Omnitrix?
Yeah.
So apparently, on that ship was an alien known as Xylene, who was trying to deliver the Omnitrix to someone on Earth. Specifically, it was supposed to go to Max.
Which, like we said when we got the Gwen 10 episode, and Max had the Omnitrix on him, that was a pretty big foreshadowing moment for this moment.
Yep, because Xylene and Max have some history, because Xylene and Max actually hooked up in the past.
Oh, they did. They hooked up. And that's not me being like, Luke, seriously, this is a kid show. No, they flirt a lot throughout this episode.
Yeah.
Like, way too much. People think I'm saying that, like, this is a kid show. Like, Max, this is a kid show. Stop it with your flirting with the alien lady.
Yeah. So apparently, what happened when the Omnitrix went to Earth is that Xylene went into I guess a hypersleep of sorts because her ship landed in the Arctic.
Yeah. And was only recently brought out, so naturally she goes and finds Max. And Ben and to a lesser extent Gwen don't trust her because but after they're forced to work together to rescue Max from the robot threat for the episode, they learn to accept Silene and be like, okay, she's cool. But also because Max at the beginning of the episode is just depressed, and it's like Max needs his love, his alien love, if you will.
We also get another debut of a new alien.
Yeah.
We get the debut of Upchuck, a Gormand, which we'll be learning a lot more about in later seasons.
Yeah.
So basically, his ability involves him eating things and upchucking them.
Yep. So that is something. And by the end of the episode, Silene ends up joining Team Tennyson.
Oh wait, what's that? It's Eileen going off.
No, it's like, come on, give Max his love interest. It's like, why wouldn't you have Kai for Ben and Silene for Max and I guess Charmcaster for Gwen?
Charmcaster?
I'm just okay. Fair enough. Okay, strike that. Okay, I'm just thinking out. Like, who else is she gonna be with?
Oh, you'll find out.
Right.
Yes, you will.
All right. So yeah, that was season 3 of Ben 10, and now oh god, how long are we into this? 3 hours 40 minutes. So I don't know if you want to keep going on.
Honestly, if you want, like, we can just do the full season proper, and then we do the movies in a separate video, or
yeah, we should do that. Yeah, so we'll keep our thoughts on Secrets of the Omnitrix, Alien Force, and Destroy not Alien Force, Destroy All Aliens, and
Race Against Time.
Race Against Time. We'll keep them separate for a separate video, which we'll probably do at some point in the next week or so. So yeah, moving on to season 4, Perfect Day, which is another. Is it another What If episode?
No, but basically, in this episode, Ben's day seems to be going suspiciously perfect. Like, he has a decent breakfast. He manages to save a bus of cheerleaders that just so happens to have Kai on it from 6-6 and Volcanus. He goes to go to knock off Chuck E. Cheese and get.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be going his way until it turns out this is like Ben 10 decided to go on its Inception type shit, and it turns out that the Forever Knights abducted Ben after a really bad day to try to remove the Omnitrix in his sleep.
Yeah. And at this point, so it's basically a dream episode. It's the dream episode, and Gwen and Max are able to get into Ben's dream via brainwaves. I don't know how that works, but we're not questioning it.
Yep. And we see uh, we uh, we get to see Ben reliving his worst nightmare, school,
No!
with with a hint of Kevin 11 or Kevin Chimera. But he manages to escape and put Enoch in a nice, lovely dream where everything goes his way and he succeeds in all his goals.
Yeah, and so by the end of it all, Ben's out of his dream.
And we get hints at the Forever King.
Oh.
Anyways, on to episode 2 of season 4, Divided We Stand. Which sees Team Tennyson going to the beach.
Yep, because we have to have the beach episode by law.
And on top of that, we have a new transformation, the Splixen Ditto.
And also as well, we have Animo back as well. But by the way, speaking of Ditto, he is voiced by Rob Paulson, which you could tell right away, because he has a hard time trying to hide the fact that he's doing the wacko voice from Animaniacs.
Yeah, I never even watched Animaniacs, and I can hear the Yakko Warner voice.
Yeah, but as well, we do learn so Ditto's whole thing is that he can split off from himself.
Yep. However, each Ditto feels the same pain.
Mm-hmm. And the downside to it is that the more he splits off, the harder it is to go back, because they all have to be in one location in order to change back.
Yep. We see Dr. Animo actually kidnapping one of the Ditto doubles, and unlocking some of that Splixen DNA for his own creation, which is basically a Lepidopteran Splixen hybrid, or Sinkfly and Ditto hybrid, if you prefer. But since they all feel the same pain, when one of them goes, they all go.
Yep, and that's how they're able to end up defeating Dr. Animo in this episode, because he didn't figure that out for himself.
Also, another thing I wanted to point out about this episode, the way Animo breaks out of prison is thanks to a seagull. And we see him talking to pigeons like, "Yes, my evil minion, free your master from this jail." Which, honestly, again, I love Dr. Animo.
Oh, absolutely.
Every time he's on screen, he steals the show.
Absolutely. Very much absolutely. So yeah. Just to say quickly before we move on, is that I was just trying to find like a poster for the Ben 10 movies, and Neil poster to use as the thumbnail, and I found the one for the live action one.
Sweet.
Yeah, so that'll be for the thumbnail for that one.
Okay.
So yeah, moving on to episode 3. Don't drink the water. Why? Because Hex is back. So the whole idea about this episode is it's the Fountain of Youth episode, where Hex is trying to find the Fountain of Youth because he wants to be immortal still, and we find out that Max and Ben get doused with the water from the Fountain of Youth. So now Ben is now 4 years old, and Max gets turned into Max 10.
Also,
or
for
Ted,
some reason,
or Ted. Oh, I was just going to say, or Ted to the max, as I like to call him.
they keep the water from the Fountain of Youth in a dunk tank.
Yeah, I'm like, why? A dunk tank at a fun fair? Like, why would you do that?
Yeah, that just seems like you're trying to like
Well,
you're like begging for someone to be like, "Here, come steal this water."
technically, this is the same fun fair that has mint chip ice cream at Tyler.
Fair enough.
Yeah, and nobody likes mint chip ice cream. Anybody out there that likes mint chip ice cream, you don't like ice cream. So also as well, it is pretty sweet to see young Max in Ben's clothes.
Yeah, and we see like the difference in their personalities just by the way they dress. They dress, and
Yeah,
we
it,
see because of the Fountain of Youth, like Ben's transformations are affected by the Fountain of Youth. So now, like when he transforms in the forearms, he's like all skinny and
yeah,
shit.
and when he turns into Wild Boy, he's like, "Oh, who's a good doggy? Who's a good doggy?"
Yeah, and like there's also this one scene of like Ben on Max's shoulders, and he's just like, wee.
Yes. Oh, you get the feeling that Ben is when he's older and he's a granddad. He's gonna be exactly like how Max is when he's how Max is as a granddad.
Yeah.
I get makes it doesn't surprise me now that Max was meant to have the Omnitrix, considering he is pretty much they are pretty much the spitting image of each other.
And basically how they beat Hex is by Gwen goading Ben into transforming into Heat Blast and having a supernova temper tantrum.
Yep, which ends up pretty much vaporizing the Fountain of Youth.
Yep, and because all of the Fountain of Youth splashed up onto Hex, he's now turned into a toddler.
Yeah, and we have a great lesson because throughout this episode they're being guided by someone who's revealed to be immortal because of the Fountain of Youth, and they reveal like, no, this is not great. This is a curse because, well, I'm immortal. I'm watching everyone around me die.
So, moral of the story is age is not a curse. Age is not your enemy, but your friend.
Yep. Everything has its time, and everything dies. So, and at the end of this episode, we learn that Charmcaster is out of prison, and now she has to take care of her baby uncle. So yeah, now moving on to another episode in the mystery of Tennyson's banging aliens, big fat alien wedding.
Basically, the plot of this episode is that an alien species known as the Lenopans or sludge puppies is marrying a member is marrying Max's nephew Joel Tennyson.
Which by the way, the only decent Joel in a sci-fi series. Looking at you, Joel Rawlings.
Yep. And there's a mysterious party out there who wants to ruin the wedding. Also, Joel's parents are racist as hell.
And also, Joel's partner's parents are racist as well. So everyone's a racist in this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also as well, this was the episode that really made me interested in like a 10 to the Max series, where it's a prequel series about Max first becoming a plumber with his family.
Honestly, I would love that.
Like, can you imagine? For time, can you imagine if Max had like, okay, say there was like a prototype of the Omnitrix, and Max had it in his youth.
I mean,
that
I mean,
eventually had to give up for it to be like redeveloped.
uh, sounds like an interesting idea for a series. Uh,
Hmm.
so apparently, it was the bride Camille's parents that were behind the were be, were behind the wedding
Well,
crash.
it was her parents and her ex-boyfriend.
Yep.
Yeah, because and everybody starts attacking each other, um, because nobody can get along. Apparently, that's the lesson of this episode. Except if you do one act of kindness, because we see Camille saving Gordon, Max's brother, and Joel's father, and his wife, and they're just like, you know what, we like you now.
Um, but we will see the Lenopans kind of be expanded upon once we get the Omniverse.
Yeah,
Thankfully,
because you did mention one of them, Lucy, in this episode, so I imagine she's gonna
yeah,
be
she'll be back in
integral.
Omniverse.
Okay, all right. But again, I said it in this episode. What is it with the Tennysons and wanting to bang aliens?
I don't know, but I guess Joel and uh, I guess that's a gene that Joel inherited from Max.
I guess it is.
Uh, on
But
to
on to um, Ben for Good Buddy, which is which is the only episode that I didn't take any notes on because really there's nothing to say about that episode. It's just a episode where the rust bucket gets stolen and they all have to get it back.
yeah. I mean the redesigned Rust bucket looks interesting, but it's just a bunch of carjackers, one of which voiced by Jennifer Hale.
Yeah, that's the only thing I took away from this episode is that Turbine, the one voiced by Jennifer Hale, is step on Fex material, and Fex agrees with me.
Moving on to a much more interesting episode, we have Ready to Rumble.
Rumble, which is the standard wrestling episode where after Ben thinks he breaks Gwen's computer, which it probably was the fact that it just ran out of power at that moment in time when he was messing with it. He eventually sneaks off and is like, "Okay, I'm glad that Ben is taking initiative here. Like, I broke my cousin's computer. I want to fix this problem." But at the same time, he really should have just, like with what the lesson is in this episode, like he needs to just come forward and admit what he did.
Mm-hmm. But Ben has after seeing a flyer for a wrestling tournament with a $10,000 prize, Ben gets the idea to go into that tournament as forearms, win the tournament, get the prize money so he can buy Gwen a new laptop.
Yeah. So the opponents that we have for this episode are the immovable objects, being just this big tub of lard. But the most interesting ones are Porcupine and Gator Boy, who, because of their names, are, I guess, were they mutated?
I guess they're
mutants.
mutants.
Mutant humans. That's what they're called. So we who are basically brothers. So we have one of them being a porcupine and one of them being a alligator.
Yep.
And they're in cahoots with basically the mafia, essentially.
Yeah, it's the mafia because they owe the mafia some money.
Yeah, and so they're trying to win this tournament to get the money. But Ben gets in their way. But instead of them like being pissy with Ben, he sees what they've actually what they're actually going through. And it's like, you know what? I want to help you two because what you're going through is wrong. And they end up defeating the mafia, and but they still need the money to save the farm that they're on with their mother. And Ben eventually forks over the money.
Yep, realizing that they can use the money more than he needs to, and he actually admits to Gwen that he broke her laptop, but will make up for it by doing all of her chores for the rest of the summer.
All her chores?
All of them.
Okay, good, because my laptop wasn't broken. Yeah, which, like I said, it was probably that it just ran out of power.
Probably.
Because she never plugs that thing in.
At least from what we see.
Yeah. So, moving on to Ken 10. Which we're back in the future. Back to the future.
Except an extra 10 years forward.
Yeah, because now we have Ben 10,000's son, Ken.
Yep, and for his 10th birthday, Ben 10,000 uses his 3 smartest transformations to put together Kenny's own Omnitrix.
Yeah, but Ken doesn't get access to all 10,000 aliens. He has to start off where Ben started off. Now, naturally, and he does get some of the cooler aliens, but Ben is just like, no, I'm gonna decide most of what you're getting. I mean, I'll give you a bone, I'll give you some, but you're not getting all the cool ones.
Yeah, but hey, gotta teach him responsibility. So
yeah, yep. And hey, he gets a hoverboard as well,
and a pet from his Aunt Gwendolyn.
Yep. And this is also where we get introduced to Devlin, who is no way in related to Kevin. No way.
Yeah, no, can't be.
No, of course
but
we're
it
not.
Actually turns out that he's trying to find the Tennyson's null void projector so he can bring back his dad Kevin
11.
Null void.
Yeah, who is now an even more powerful form, because we have Ben 10,000, but now we have Kenneth 11,000 with a skull demon. But before Kevin transforms into Kevin 11,000, he really grew his hair out and has a pink X on him for some reason.
Yeah, he has a scar on his chin.
Yeah, I'm just there like, what happened?
I don't know, he got into a really bad fight and got a scar on his chin.
Yeah, fair enough. So yeah, and it's through the interactions with Ken and Ben that Devlin realizes, oh wait, my father doesn't really care about me, because Kevin really doesn't care about it. Is this gonna be started off in Alien Force with Kevin being a rival to Ben?
You'll see.
Okay, all right, but yeah, so they end up defeating Ken by the end of it all.
Yep, they imprison Kevin in a null void grenade, and Devlin joins the
family, the Ben Tennyson family.
Devlin joins the Tennyson family.
Yeah. So now we can move on to the quote unquote series finale, even though there is one episode after this 2-part. Ben 10 versus the negative 10. So how do we start the end of the classic series?
Introduce a new character.
No, introduce a new character with Cooper Daniels, but also arguing.
The series ended as it began.
Yep, we start with arguing and we end with arguing, because That's how you do character development, right?
No.
Nope. So naturally, because this is the series quote unquote series finale, they had to have a big way to send it off. So what do? You get basically Ben 10's equivalent of the Sinister Six to go up against Ben. So we have Clancy, Roger, Charmcaster, Animo, Sir Driscoll, Red Knight, the three circus freaks, and there was someone else as well. Subliminal. So those are our 10 villains that were used for this two-parter. But before we get to them, we have basically Cooper being Billy from Power Rangers and going all techno babble on everything.
Yep, because Cooper is what is known as a technopath. Basically, he can integrate and manipulate technology at the risk of a bad headache.
Mm-hmm.
We then see we also see at Fort Knox, we see the circus freaks and Subliminal breaking in. But none of the gold was taken, except they found an old plumber base at.
Yeah, which is gonna come into play later on, and naturally because Cooper is being added to the cast here, Ben and Gwen are trying to have a nice measuring contest against him, being like, "Hey, you want to hang out with me? No, you want to hang out with me."
Because Cooper said he had 2 tickets to the premiere of a movie.
And you know what? He could have easily solved this and had them be arguing with each other by saying, "You two go together. I don't really want to see that movie."
Yeah, perhaps. But we then hear an alarm going off at the Seattle Space Needle,
where all the guards are acting like chickens.
Well, that's still in Fort Knox.
Oh, okay. But I've got a question. Like, why is it with hypnotists they think the first thing they think of is like have someone be a chicken?
Because chickens act funny.
Yeah, I guess.
But in Seattle, we got Team Tennyson plus Cooper, meeting back up with Clancy, who is now a bug thanks to Dr. Animo.
Yeah, which is like, hey Clancy, what happened to you? I've become Boogie Clancy.
Also, for some reason, his mouth opens from the sides, like splits open his head, and it's like,
yeah. And naturally, because Cooper is in the vicinity with everyone, he's asking questions. Ben tries to lie about it, but Cooper reveals that he knows all about the Omnitrix because it's revealed that, like every grandparent in this franchise, they're all plumbers. I don't know if you've noticed that, but every grandparent in this series is a plumber.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what were they all in like the same? Were they all in like basically Angel Grove High, essentially?
I guess.
Yeah, because it's just like every grandparent is like, "Oh, you're a plumber. You're a plumber." I'm surprised that Ben didn't pick up on this, being like, as soon as they met Cooper, just turned to Max and being like, was his grandfather a plumber now? Was his grandfather a plumber too? And Max going, how did you know? It's like every grandfather we've met so far has turned out to be a plumber grandpa.
And I'm sure Max would be touche.
Yeah. But also in this two-parter as well, we find out that Driscoll was a former plumber. He's an evil plumber now.
Yep, because he was stealing alien tech for his own ends, and that's how he joined up with the Forever Knights.
Yep. And the whole plan of the -10 in this two-parter is that they want to get a thermal nuclear device that's under Mount Rushmore, which is 20 times more powerful than the sun.
Yep, and uh, to
which
get to
has,
that,
which has to be like about 100 billion degrees or something.
yeah, either that or once
Well,
Driscoll put it in a suit, obliterate him.
yeah. Point is, it's very, very hot and very, very powerful.
Yep. Um, at the at the Space Needle, they also run into Rojo and Charmcaster, and Dr. Anima with a giant mutant bat.
Because why not?
And it turns out the reason for the run-ins in Seattle and Fort Knox was because they need to find keys to get to this to this energy source known as the sub energy.
And and I love here that on the wiki they say the Forever King assembles a team of Ben's worst enemies, and it's like, okay, Animal, yes, Enoch, the Forever Knights, yes, Clancy,
Sublimino.
like how are they Ben's worst enemies? Like, okay, maybe Charmcaster, maybe Rouge, Circus Freak Trio, possibly. Why not? I don't know. 6-6. Why wasn't 6-6 here?
Because the Forever Knights detest aliens.
Yeah, fair point.
So they probably wouldn't get the likes of 6-6 or Volcanus.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Heck, he only had one run in with freaking Volcanus.
Yeah, but either way, it's like Clancy, one of Ben's worst enemies. Like Clancy was a pushover.
Yeah, he showed up early in the series.
I mean, out of all of that, like I said, it's only really Animal and the Forever Knights that are like the you want to put in worst enemies. Fair enough.
Yeah, and for Charmcaster, more of an alien to Gwen than Ben.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, she still deserves to be there, nonetheless. But
oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But why not? Well, I guess because Hex is a baby now, that wouldn't work.
Yeah. But in part, one they show up to Mount Rushmore, and we and Thumbskull gets his ass whooped by the rust bucket.
Yes. So yeah. Ben's worst enemies, everyone.
Yeah. Ben's worst enemies being defeated by an RV.
By an RV. Granted, it's a super high tech RV, but it's still an RV. Yeah, and it's no better here because the way is creative how they take out the villains. That they get that they're able to get the villains to fight each other because don't they all go a bit power hungry mad?
Yeah. Later on, when they actually enter the Mount Rushmore base, Ben and Gwen use their own egos against each other to be like, now that Driscoll has kind of abandoned you, I think Dr. Animo's going to be taking over this operation. Nah, but Charmcaster's got all the spells.
Yeah, so it is creative, but a little bit anticlimactic because they just get the villains to fight each other and trap them in a force field.
Oh yeah, and Ben unlocks a new alien here. Well, we not unlock a new alien, more like shows off a new alien. Eye guy, an Opticoid.
Yep. Eye guy and Optigoid. Yeah. And as for the villain, as for the alien that was foreshadowed when Ben was reading the comic book, it's like Ultron. Isn't that only in the movies?
Yeah. That alien uh only showed up in Secret of the Omnitrix. Also in
Okay.
Ken 10 when Ben 10,000 transformed into him, but
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, it was in that. It was in that. Yeah.
yeah,
But
because
we'll talk about him when we get to talking about the movies.
yeah. For
Yeah.
now, Ben then meets Driscoll outside of Mount Rushmore as he unleashes the power of the sub energy. But who's there to save the day? Why, it's
Upchuck,
Upchuck.
who eats his way out of a rock pile and shoots the knights. Uh, then attacks Driscoll, but it has no effect. And then Upchuck pulls the sub energy out and eats it, and then releases it. That destroys Mount Rushmore. Yeah, I think the USA is going to have words with Ben.
Yeah.
Because, like, isn't that like a wonder of the world?
Yeah, it's one of the most notable monuments in America, modeled after some colonizers in Abe Lincoln.
Yeah. So I think America's going to have words with Ben. But so that is the finale to the Ben 10 Classic series. Not one of my favorite finales. I mean, I prefer the finale with the season 3 finale, like both of them. So like the one with Silene and the one with Sascara.
Yeah,
Then to
I
this
agree.
one. But yeah, so the last episode we've got to talk about is Goodbye and Good Riddance.
Yep, which is another non-canon episode, which sees Ben going back to school.
No! Yeah, Max reminds Ben of his worst nightmare. School is starting.
Yep. We see Team Tennyson returning to the town of Bellwood.
The most normal city in America.
And we also meet Ben's parents, Sandra and Carl.
Who, for some reason, want Ben to call them Sandra and Carl.
Well, that's in the movie. We don't really talk about. Well, that was in Race Against Time.
That was in Race Against Time. Yeah, that. But I might as well bring it up here. Like, why? Why for that? Why for that one movie?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I guess they were going through a hippy dippy phase.
Yeah, but also, how does Carl? How is Carl the only Tennyson to not know what's going on? I know I hinted at this before at the beginning, but further in the video. But again, how does he not know what is going on?
I don't know.
Because his brother is a plumber. No. Because Max is a plumber. His uncle's a plumber. Pretty much his cousin's a plumber. It's like, what is going on here with Carl? Did Max just basically say to him like, "Oh yeah, I'm a really good plumber, and so's your family on my side"?
I guess.
But it doesn't matter because Carl eventually does find out, and this helps to bring them both together. But before that, we get Ben going back to school and his bullies being jerks again, especially when the school ends up being attacked by Philgax, and they're like, "Hey, where's Tennyson running off to? He's probably hiding away, chicken." And it's like, he's running away from the killer robots.
Yeah.
And when Max arrives at the school, it's like, Max really should have called them out on that.
Yeah, stand up for your grandson a bit.
Yeah. But and after that, when Max and when Max and Ben are having a talk about uh, what is going on, and why, and in terms of talking about Cole, we have probably the the deep cuttest line from Ben in the series. Maybe if you had told them, referring to Cole, you and Dad would get along better.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But
we're
it's
just
just like,
like,
damn.
Jesus, Ben. I mean, you're not wrong, but still.
Yeah.
Because I can imagine that Carl was snooping around and then found some tech and was like, "What is this, Dad?" He was like, "It's nothing. Don't mention this again." But uh, but it doesn't matter because Carl eventually does find out what's going on, and even gets in on the action.
Mhm.
And of course, Cash and JT find out in this alternate timeline.
Yep.
So the way Phil Gatz goes out in this alternate timeline is kind of a lame way, in my opinion. He gets destroyed by a gas leak.
Yeah. Yeah, that like it's clever, like using like Carl using his expertise to take down Vilgax.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's just a gas leak. It's like they
Yeah.
couldn't come up with anything creative, any more creative. And by the end of the episode, we have the in this alternate timeline we have the bullies being like, "Hey, we better keep away from Ben right now because we have been so wrong about him." And Gwen's at his school as well because she just is.
Yeah.
And that's how we end the original Ben 10 series, minus the movies, which, like we said, we're going to get into them in another video because this has gone on way longer than I anticipated, and it does feel like we will have to split up Omniverse as well.
Yeah, because Omniverse is 80 episodes long. I'm
yeah,
pretty sure if we talk about that in one video, it's probably gonna end up as 10 hours.
yeah,
And we're gonna have to go through all this, and they're probably gonna kill us.
yes, they're gonna have to. They'll probably kill us, and they're probably gonna kill us when they find out exactly how long we've been talking for in this video. So we'll just end it with our final thoughts that Ben 10, the classic series, had some amazing highs, but it also had some painful lows with the constant arguing from Gwen and Ben, which is why we very rarely touched upon it unless it was really, really important.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, after this, we'll be talking about the movies and then moving on to Alien Force. So until then, peace.
Peace.